Chapter 2562. In an instant, this majestic force tore through the void and landed heavily on Yi Xuan's body. At this critical moment, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from Yi Xuan's body. His body shifted thousands of meters away, barely dodging this majestic force. This force swept across, and countless demons died tragically. A few divine puppet sect experts who were following closely behind Yi Xuan but could not dodge in time were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this move was terrifying, but the divine puppet sect leader's face was ashen. "Zhan Yan, your battle saint family and I will not rest." He had already recognized this move. It was Zhan Yan's instrument. He had used it once before to deal with a demon king, but now he was using it on them. After being reminded by the leader of the divine puppet sect, everyone started to think about it, and their expressions changed instantly. They were going to be trapped here until they died. How vicious! Damn it, we shouldn't have trusted these sons of Be***** cheese. Bastards, once I get out, I will not rest until they are dead. We must let them know that even we have anger. These people started cursing. Yi Xuan finally understood that Zhan Yan had made a move. He actually had such a trump card. The attack just now was extremely powerful. If he had not dodged it, he would have been seriously injured. Even a toddler knew what would happen if he was seriously injured here. Everyone also figured it out. He didn't come for everyone, but directly for Yi Xuan. He knew that they had to rely on Yi Xuan's breakthrough power to break out of here. How sinister! A murderous intent flashed in Yi Xuan's eyes. His gaze was incomparably cold. This Zhan Yan had made him want to kill him. What battle saint family? What did they think they were? But he did not completely lose his mind. He said, "Our priority now is to rush out. Ignore him for now. He can't keep attacking like this. Wait until we get out, then we will slowly settle the score with him." "That's right, Brother Yi is right. Let's get out first." Zhan Yan's move needs a long time to prepare. Every time he uses it, it consumes a lot of spiritual power. I've seen it before. Everyone, don't worry. The sect master of the divine puppet sect stepped forward and comforted everyone when he saw how anxious everyone was. Everyone also understood this point. They had to rush out first, so they didn't care about anything else. They quickly followed behind Yi Xuan and rushed out again. He actually dodged it," Zhan Yan said coldly. The murderous intention in his heart was at its peak. Yi Xuan had ruined his plan as soon as he arrived. Moreover, Yi Xuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so decisively. He wanted to eradicate future troubles. Who would have thought that Yi Xuan would be so sensitive? His speed had truly reached the pinnacle. "Senior brother, what should we do?" "They're trying to escape." When the other members of the Battle Saint clan saw that Zhan Yan had failed, they couldn't help but feel anxious. "There's no need to rush. The time for the demon summoning banner to transform is almost here. Hold on a little longer." Zhan Yan couldn't help but say. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Think of a way to use secret methods to inform the various martial uncles outside. Let them come in and think of a way to kill Yi Xuan. This fellow is really too dangerous. Unfortunately, we have a death feud with him. Since that's the case, we might as well go all the way and kill him completely." After he gave the order, he didn't care about anything else. He only focused on recovering his spiritual power. His eyes were fixed on the center of the group of demons. It was as if he could see through these demons and see the demon summoning banner that was floating among them. Yi Xuan used the Tianyuan mirror to open a path. With his strength, there was no doubt that he could sweep away all the demons. However, many of those who followed him died in the process. They died of exhaustion. The sky was filled with demons. Even if Yi Xuan wanted to protect them, he couldn't protect them all. Finally, everyone escaped from the heavens. After they escaped, their faces were overflowing with joy. Although many of them had died, the most important thing was that they had survived. Not so long ago, they had thought that they would die in there. They didn't expect that they would actually be able to escape one day. Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving us, the divine puppet sect leader said respectfully. He didn't put on any airs just because he was a senior. In this world, what truly determined everything was strength. Only when a senior's strength far surpassed that of a junior would he have the right to put on airs. You're welcome, Yi Shiwen said with a wave of his hand. May I know which senior in my divine puppet sect brother Yi has a relationship with? At this moment, the divine puppet sect leader asked tentatively. Yi Shiwen kept saying that he was indebted to a senior in their sect. That was why he was willing to take such a risk to save them. Thus, he also wanted to know which senior's casual kindness could actually bear fruit at this moment. Senior Zhao Tianquang, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. So it's him. The divine puppet sect leader suddenly understood. When he entered the sect, the divine puppet sect had already been in decline for a long time. He grew up listening to the many legends about Zhao Tianquang. He was the only monstrous existence in the divine puppet sect. To the divine puppet sect, it was really not easy. Since ancient times, there might be many people who could be called monstrous, but compared to the masses, they were still very rare. If distributed evenly among the sects, there might only be 1 or 2 people, and this was only for the sects that were conferred kings. After all, they were people who had the hope of breaking through to the next realm. Many people said that if Zhao Tianquang hadn't disappeared, the divine puppet sect might not have declined at all. On the contrary, they might have had another king and developed even more brilliantly. Everything started with Zhao Tianquang's death. May I know how brother you met senior Zhao Tianquang? The divine puppet sect leader hurriedly said. The other divine puppet sect experts also stared at Yi Shiwen. Ever since Zhao Tianquang disappeared, the search for him had never stopped. Ah, senior Zhao Tianquang has fallen. Yi Shiwen explained the whole story, but he concealed the fact that he had obtained the puppet. He had his own selfish motives. Moreover, if he revealed the truth and the people from the divine puppet sect came to ask for it, it would be difficult to decide whether he would give it to them or not. If that was the case, things would turn bad for no reason. Yi Shiwen took out Zhao Tianquang's corpse and told them about Zhao Tianquang's last wish. Originally, he planned to go personally, but since he had met the divine puppet sect leader, he could entrust it to him. Ah! The divine puppet sect leader could not help but sigh. He had thought that there was still a chance to find Zhao Tianquang. No matter what, he was the most talented super genius since the establishment of the divine puppet sect. If he could return, it would undoubtedly be of great significance to the current divine puppet sect. He knew that Yi Shiwen must have benefited a lot from this. Otherwise, he would not have helped them so eagerly. He even had some speculations. However, Yi Shiwen had just saved them, so it was not good for him to say anything. Brother Yi, don't worry. I will definitely complete senior Zhao Tianquang's last wish. No matter what, please accept a big gift from me, Brother Yi. The divine puppet sect leader did not wait for Yi Shiwen to object and bowed deeply. The people from the Confucian sect were completely dumbstruck by what they saw. They had looks of utter disbelief on their faces. He actually managed to save them. No way, he really did it? What a monster! The people of the Confucian sect were already convinced. They had vaguely thought that even if Yi Shiwen hadn't gone to his death, he wouldn't have been able to rescue those people. It was already very good if he could rescue 1 or 2 people. However, he had unexpectedly rescued so many people. This was no longer the concept of an ordinary person. It had completely subverted their worldview. Was there really someone who could do such a thing? All right, I am completely convinced. I am a human, and he is a monster. How can a human be compared to a monster? Yan Bai could not help but smile bitterly. Even he, who had always thought highly of himself, could not help but be convinced. Gu Shiying could only say that she was convinced. This was indeed not an ordinary person. But why don't I see the people from the Battle Sage family? At this moment, Yan Bai suddenly realized that among the people who followed Yi Shiwen out of the encirclement, there was not a single person from the Battle Sage family. This did not make sense. Even if they suffered heavy losses, it was impossible for them to be completely annihilated. But before he could ask Yi Shiwen, he saw Yi Shiwen turn around and rush into the crowd of monsters again. It seemed that he was going to break into the monster horde alone again. Someone asked him what he was going to do, and he only replied with one sentence, "To take revenge." That's right, Yi Shiwen was going back to find trouble with Zhang Yan. After being tricked by him, it was not Yi Shiwen's style not to get back at him. If he had not dodged in time just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I want to see what you are up to," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. He could faintly sense that Zhang Yan had dragged everyone into this place, and it was most likely not an accident. In that case, he definitely had a plan. But what exactly was his plan? Anyway, no matter what he was planning, he could not let him succeed. He rushed all the way, without the burden of others. He was even more relaxed because he only needed to pay attention to himself. Abruptly, he could only feel a terrifying demonic aura sweeping out, as though an unparalleled demonic emperor had awakened among these demons. That terrifying aura caused his hair to stand on end. It had completely surpassed all the realms he knew. The power was not that terrifying, but the level of power was ridiculously high. Intuition told him that this was what Zhang Yan was waiting for. He had to go and find out. Thinking of this, the demon wings behind him suddenly spread out, and he directly flew towards the source of the demonic aura. Chapter 2563. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's body emitted rings of blood-colored light. He instantly rushed into the group of monsters, sweeping them away. There was no enemy at all. However, he also discovered that there seemed to be no powerful monsters at all. Compared to when he rushed in earlier, the difficulty was completely different. This time, in order to get there as soon as possible, he did not hold back at all. He constantly sent out blood-colored light and sword aura, while constantly transforming the God Source into spiritual power to replenish his consumption. It seemed that the powerful monsters were all concentrated on the other side. He immediately realized that it must have something to do with the Battle Sage families. Very soon, he saw the masters of the Battle Sage families. At this time, they were desperately rushing towards the center of the monsters. But at this time, the demon kings that were originally scattered in various places were all concentrated here, desperately sniping them. The experts of the Battle Saint families were constantly being engulfed by the demon horde. Every step forward required them to pay a hefty price. No matter which force it would take a very long time to nurture a god. Generally, they would not let their sacrifices be in vain. However, at this time, these masters of the Battle Sage families were fighting to the death without retreating. They were not like when they were surrounded, where they still had strength to spare. And in the center of these people was Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was muttering something, as if he was controlling something. And Yi Shiwen followed his gaze and saw that in the center of the monsters, in the center of the protection of the many demon kings, there was a ball of light that was bursting with extreme light. Thousands of tiny lights scattered and shone on the monsters. When these tiny lights passed through the layers of monsters and fell on Yi Shiwen, he was stunned to discover that this was not ordinary light, but laws and insights. This should be the secret that the entire monster group was guarding. No wonder so many powerful monsters could be born here. It was because of this. Obviously, Zhang Yan's target should be that ball of light. Yi Shiwen was very familiar with that aura. It was clearly the aura of a tool spirit. It belonged to the same lineage and was no different from Yi Mo. Although the conditions for the birth of each tool spirit could be said to be accidental, it was not without rules. So, Yi Shiwen recognized it immediately. But what kind of tool spirit can cause such a big commotion? Yi Shiwen was also somewhat baffled. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult for a tool spirit to survive if it left a magic tool. It was just like how a human soul would die if it left the body. Unless they cultivated to an extremely high level, like YMO, their strength would definitely drop. For this artifact spirit to be able to cause such a huge commotion, it most likely had a powerful background. Above the artifact spirit, there was a flag that shone brightly and also released waves of demonic chi, as if it wanted to absorb the artifact spirit into the flag. Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption and immediately understood that this flag actually wanted to absorb the tool spirit into it. He immediately understood why the Battle Saint family would bring someone else here. It was most likely because they wanted to divert the trouble to someone else. The others were simply used as targets to attract attention until the last moment. Now that there was no one to be their scapegoat, they could only do it themselves. Originally, they did not have many casualties, but now there were many casualties. It was completely different from before, and all of Zhang Yan's plans must be for this tool spirit. And that flag should be the flag that had ambushed Yi Shiwen before. Yi Shiwen sneered. Zhang Yan was really too naive. Did he really think that he would not dare to fight back if he attacked Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen did not make a move. Now was not the time to attack. It was not enough to just deal with Zhang Yan. He also had to obtain this tool spirit. To be able to cause such a big commotion, it must not be easy. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. It seemed to have reached the most critical moment. Whether it was the side of the tool spirit or the side of the Battle Saint family, they were all giving it their all. The side of the tool spirit was especially anxious. Many demon kings began to join the battle, killing into the group of experts of the Battle Saint family. Even the weakest of these monster kings had powers comparable to those of the sage plane. Although they did not follow the standard path of becoming a god, no one knew how they were raised. They were all extraordinary, and their attacks were all very terrifying. Even though the battle sage families had brought their elites this time, they still couldn't withstand the demon army's relentless attacks. Almost every now and then, a battle sage family god would fall. These were all elites above the imperishable level, and they were many times more precious than the immortal level ones. Under normal circumstances, unless they were in a land of death, they would not die at all. But now they were in a land of death. However, Zhang Yan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were bright as he stared fixedly at the ball of light. He was chanting an ancient incantation. These incantations seemed to contain a mysterious power that was able to firmly guide that ball of light. The people around him were getting fewer and fewer, but he did not care at all. The people of the Battle Saint family could only fight to the death because there was no way out. Other than fighting to the death, what else could they do? So even at this point, they could only believe in Zhang Yan and fight with all they had. Otherwise, they would die anyway, and even their families would not be able to live in peace after they died. Another expert from the Battle Saint family was smashed into pieces. There weren't many people left by Zhang Yan's side. As the number of people by his side decreased, he couldn't hold on any longer, and the rate of casualties also increased. Finally, when he was the last one left, Zhang Yan, who had always been cold and emotionless, finally opened his eyes and shouted, "Absorb!" Suddenly, the flag started to shake rapidly. Ripples of nomological laws started to spread out. Even though the ball of light was extremely unwilling, it was still continuously sucked in by the flag. After a short while it was sucked in. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had finally succeeded. As for the experts of the Battle Saint family, it did not matter if they died. It could only be said that man proposes, God disposes. If he wanted to succeed, he would need someone to die. Originally, he had arranged for others, but since he did not succeed, he could only blame the bad luck of the people of the Battle Saint family. Although they were all his confidants and followers, he did not care at all. As long as he could successfully refine it after a few hundred years, he would even dare to challenge those monstrous geniuses. At that time, he would have as many followers as he wanted. In this world, Only the strong had the right to speak, and he was about to join the ranks of the strong. "Come back!" With a soft shout, the flag flew back to him as if it had spiritual chi. However, at this moment, suddenly he saw a huge hand fall from the sky and grab the flag. "Who is it?" He immediately glared angrily. This was practically stealing food from the mouth of a tiger. He let out a loud roar, and the spiritual energy on his body began to burn. It condensed into the word battle in midair, and then it crushed down on the person behind him. Swish! A sword aura soared into the sky, and it actually shattered the word battle in an instant. It exploded in the void like fireworks. Yi Shiwen. This sword aura immediately made him realize, because he had seen this sword aura before, and who else could it be other than Yi Shiwen? He gritted his teeth in hatred, and he was about to go crazy. He was so close to success, but he actually failed. This was the most infuriating. For this day, he had planned for thousands of years. Ever since he accidentally found out that there was a spirit of the demon summoning flag in the Kurfürst Road, he had been planning. The flag in his hand was not ordinary either. Back then, the demon summoning flag was shattered in the battle, and this chess piece was actually refined from one of the fragments of the demon summoning flag. Otherwise, how could it have absorbed the remaining spirit of the demon summoning flag? Naturally, the demon summoning flag had been shattered, and the spirit of the demon summoning flag could not have been preserved completely. It was only a broken spirit. If it was a complete spirit, even if the demon summoning flag was not in his hand, it would not have been a problem to crush an ordinary king. How could he dare to find trouble with Yi Shiwen? Although it was only a fragment and a remnant spirit, if he could completely refine it, he still had the confidence to dare to challenge those monstrous geniuses in a short period of time. But now, Yi Shiwen had actually intercepted him. How could he tolerate this? This was simply too much. Of course, he had completely forgotten about the matter of him plotting against Yi Shiwen in the past. He looked over, and it was indeed Yi Shiwen's figure. "I think you're courting death." Zhang Yan roared. He was born in a battle sage family, and everyone respected him. No one had ever dared to plot against him like this. He slammed his palm down directly. This was the secret technique of their battle sage family, and a slap of his palm could smash the sun, moon, and stars. The palm power was extremely terrifying. His palm power directly enveloped Yi Shiwen, and he was going to slap him to death. This palm power transformed into countless waves of magic power, and it directly blasted on Yi Shiwen's head. Yi Shiwen did not even look at it. He directly turned around and pointed a finger. In an instant, this finger seemed to cover the entire sky. No one could escape from it. Zhang Yan's palm strike was completely shattered by this single finger. In that instant, it was as though the entire world was collapsing. Everything was collapsing. That terrifying finger power actually followed the sky and directly pointed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was shocked and angry. He continuously blasted a few palms before he barely managed to eliminate Yi Shiwen's finger power. However, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to continue to entangle with him. Instead, he began to refine it. Under his sacrificial refining, he quickly understood what this was. It turned out to be the illustrious demon beckoning banner of ancient times. Chapter 2564. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be overjoyed after learning about it. This treasure could be said to be one of the most important treasures of the demon race. It was similar to the role and symbolic significance of the 4 treasures of the study to the Confucian sections. However, compared to the 4 treasures of the study, the demon summoning banner was much more tyrannical. Although it was only broken, if it could be completely refined, it would not be inferior to his 10,000 spell roulette. Moreover, it was completely different from the 10,000 spell roulette. He had personally refined it, and it was not completely formed yet. When the time came, it would naturally be one with him, just like the Tianyuan mirror to Yi Shiwen. The more he refined, the more furious Zhang Yan became. That was because he could already feel that the connection between him and the demon flag that had existed for so many years had suddenly been broken. It was as if it had been violently severed by something. He immediately turned pale with fright. How was this possible? He had been refining the demon's summoning banner for thousands of years. It was impossible for it to be refined in such a short period of time. Otherwise, he would have lived all these years in vain. But no matter what, the connection between him and the demon's summoning banner was indeed broken. He could not sense the situation of the demon's summoning banner at all. Every time he tried to sense it, he could feel a shocking evil aura rushing towards him, directly rushing into his mind. He did not dare to sense it at all. His gaze was extremely cold. Since this was the case, he could only kill Yishiwen. After killing him, no matter what, the demon's summoning banner would definitely return to him. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. Zhang Yan sneered. He did not care about the many demons around him that were already in a mess. Endless battle intent rushed out and filled the air, forming a huge phantom behind him. It was the ancestor of his battle sage family, the battle sage. He split the world, reversed time, and slammed down with his palm. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Every finger was condensed from hundreds of millions of laws. It was as if the sky was wrapped in it, making it impossible for Yishiwen to escape. Needless to say, Zhang Yan's strength was ridiculously tyrannical. Yishiwen did not move at all. On his palm, the demon's summoning banner was constantly spinning and struggling, trying to escape from Yishiwen's hand. Yishiwen had only cut off the connection between him and Zhang Yan. In fact, it was far from refining. Now he was in the process of refining. Sounds of destruction could be heard all around him. Cracks began to appear in the sky under the immense pressure, as if the world was really going to be destroyed. At this critical moment, a beam of sword light appeared above his head and soared into the sky. Every pore on his body was spewing out sword chi, which was gathering crazily into the beam of sword light above his head, forming a huge sword that slashed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud roar, Yishiwen's sword light chopped down, killing countless monsters along the way, and then fell into that big hand. That big hand desperately resisted. But how could it resist the attack of Yishiwen's sword chi, and directly exploded in the air? This was Yishiwen's dominator's sword will. At this moment, Yishiwen was no longer restricted to one move at a time. He directly used his tyrannical sword will to attack. In this world, there was no sword technique more tyrannical than this. How could the sword techniques created by ordinary people be compared to those created by dominators and emperors? They were not even on the same level. What kind of sword technique is this? Zhang Yan turned pale with fright. It was this sword technique that had broken his attack just now. How come I've never seen this kind of sword technique before? It's really too strong. The shadow of the battle sage behind him, under the attack of this sword will, actually exploded. I was in the preliminary sacrificial training just now. I didn't have time to pay attention to you. You still had a chance to escape, but now it's too late even if you want to escape. Yishiwen's eyes were shining. He had already completed the preliminary sacrificial training. Although he was not yet able to unleash the power of the demon's summoning banner, it was enough for him to absorb the demon's summoning banner into the Tianyuan mirror. Die for me! He took a step forward and directly crossed the layers of space that were blocking him. He instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yan. The terrifying sword aura around his body soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens and the earth. It directly connected with the great sun in the sky. Countless sword lights swept up from Yishiwen's body, filling up the heavens and the earth. The sword lights seemed to have transformed into powerful sword masters who were crazily cultivating and using their swords to prove their way. This was a world of swords, and it was also a flourishing age of swords. The sword lights soared into the sky and intertwined, as if they were the longitude and latitude lines between the heavens and the earth. Faintly, the endless dominator's sword will swept out in a frenzy. These sword lights had not even slashed down. Just the remnant sword lights that had spread out had already shattered Zhang Yan's defenses layer by layer. The aura shield around his body was completely useless, and it was completely shattered. Then, the sword light slowly slashed down. It wanted to completely kill him in one fell swoop, not giving him any chance to be reborn. So, it's actually the martial arts of a sovereign emperor. No wonder you're so insolent. Zhang Yan was not an ordinary person. Although his era was still far from the legendary war of resistance against the heavens, he was still able to quickly guess the origin of Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship. The Dominator's sword of a sovereign emperor had swept across a region in the past, killing the allied army in fear. However, he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he laughed heartily. The heavens are really helping me. There's actually someone who can deliver an Emperor Lord-level martial art to our doorstep. Our Battle Saint family should be prosperous. As he spoke, a snow-white battle robe appeared on his body. This was the invincible secret technique that his family relied on to sweep across the world. Relying on this snow-white battle robe, his strength increased crazily. Compared to before, it had increased a lot. Yi Shiwen's sword intent slashed down, and a large portion of the sword intent that leaked out was absorbed by his battle robe. Then it was transformed into his strength, making it even more powerful. It was as if a gap had appeared in the heavens and the earth. His snow-white battle robe absorbed all the energy in the heavens and the earth, and then poured it into his body. This caused his entire body to instantly sweep with boundless battle intent, causing Yi Shiwen's clothes to flutter in the wind. You're the first in so many years to be able to force out his battle robe. It's your honor to die under my battle robe. Zhang Yan said coldly. Boundless power poured down, causing the aura shield around his body to become even more intense. Yi Shiwen looked at the snow-white battle robe on Zhang Yan's body, and his expression became serious. The magic power in Zhang Yan's body was skyrocketing, but at this moment his face was somewhat pale. He did not look like a living person at all, but more like a ghost. At this moment, he was the only god in the heavens and the earth. He was the ruler of everything in the heavens and the earth. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes of redemption, and he clearly saw that the material of Zhang Yan's snow-white battle robe was not ordinary material at all. Instead, it was made up of tiny times. There could be 100 billion of them, or maybe 1 trillion of them. All of them were small worlds. Within these small worlds, there was a very brilliant civilization. Every time an attack was launched at him, it would be absorbed by the many worlds on the snow-white battle robe around his body. These worlds formed the snow-white battle robe, protecting him and completely blocking Yi Shiwen's attacks. It's my turn, Yi Shiwen. If you had escaped before, I would have let it go. But now, you actually dare to come back. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you still want to barge in. You're courting death. Zhang Yan was furious. His hands suddenly tore apart, and in an instant he used his hands as a knife and stabbed them into Yi Shiwen's body. This battle robe is a bit interesting. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blasted out a punch. As soon as he punched out, the heavens and the earth exploded, covering the sky and covering the sun. You think you can stop me? Obediently accept your death today. At this moment, Zhang Yan's nostrils were like thunder, and he was furious. His palm suddenly changed and directly became a terrifying, unique skill. This attack was truly earth-shattering. It was unpredictable and did not give Yi Shiwen any time to escape at all. In an instant, it struck Yi Shiwen's head. Clang! There was a loud sound, and behind Yi Shiwen, the demon's wings suddenly stretched out, protecting him within and blocking this overwhelming attack. However, when Yi Shiwen separated again, he saw that the surrounding environment had completely changed. It had become a huge battlefield. This was the holy kingdom that Zhang Yan had created, and this holy kingdom was the condensation of his martial arts will. There were shouts and cries everywhere. These were the battles that he had experienced in the past, and he had condensed these memories into these battlefields. although it was different from the orthodox Holy Kingdom. This was the secret method of the Battle Sage family, and it was extremely powerful. Kill, kill, kill! Countless shouts and cries seemed to break through the sky. Countless spears pierced from all directions, wanting to stab Yishuin alive and turn him into a hedgehog. Clang, clang, clang. These spears seemed to be just an illusion, but when they pierced towards Yishuin, they were real and not fake. It was just that these spears could not get close to Yishuin's body at all. All of them were blocked by the blood-red light curtain that hung down from the Tianyuan mirror, and they could not advance an inch. Yishuin sneered, "Is this all you've got? Where did the power that you used to sneak attack me go? Or is it that you can only attack from behind like this?" Yishuin looked at Zhan Yan, who was high up in the sky, and could not help but mock him. Zhan Yan was so angry that his face was livid. However, the power in his body was gathering, and it turned into a shocking battle aura that slashed downwards. "What are you talking about? Die!" That boundless power came crashing down in an instant. Chapter 2565. All the power in Zhan Yan's body was burning. The power gathered was all condensed into that battle aura, intending to kill Yishuin. At that moment, Yishuin finally could not take it anymore. He shouted coldly, "Do you really think you're my match? I was just teasing you just now. Now I'll show you my true power." As he said this, something on his body seemed to shatter, falling apart inch by inch. Yishuin let out a loud roar, which transformed into a terrifying power that spun around his body, forming a huge storm. It was as if a giant beast had awakened in his body. How is this possible? How can you still have such power hidden?" Zhan Yan was stunned. Yishuin was fighting him, who was in the late Sage realm, with the power of the early Sage realm, and he actually had the upper hand. This was already unreasonable and monstrous enough. But what was even more terrifying was that Yishuin had actually hidden his power and had not released all of it. How was this possible? This completely overturned his worldview. From what he knew, it was impossible to have such power. How did he suppress it? He did not even feel it at all. It should be known that if it was deliberately suppressed, it would be fine in a normal battle. But in such an intense battle just now, it was impossible for him not to feel it at all. Could it be a cultivation vest? He immediately thought of the only possible reason for this. It was because Yishuin did not look like he had broken the seal, and there were no special fluctuations like when a seal was broken. He also knew about the cultivation avatar, but he didn't choose it. In fact, those who chose the cultivation avatar could only be said to be the feather of a phoenix or the horn of a qilin. Not everyone could bear the feeling of the whole body's power being sealed. Although this was very beneficial for one's cultivation, it was not something that everyone could bear. Otherwise, cultivation vests would have long been common. This was not a seal. Sealing a part of one's power was sealed away, but this kind of cultivation vests kept one's power, but they could not be used at all. Of course, the most important thing was that the method to refine the cultivation armor had already been lost. It was passed down from ancient times, and no one knew how to refine it now. Perhaps the Weapon Emperor knew how to refine it back then. But with the Weapon Emperor's strength and cultivation, how could he possibly refine something like this? It would be completely useless. That kind of person had already transcended everything. He only needed a moment of enlightenment to change the world. However, this also made Yishuin even more frightening. His cultivation had been restricted by the cultivation vest, but he was still able to erupt with such tyrannical strength, and his true strength was naturally even more frightening. In an instant, he didn't have enough time to stop Yishuin. He saw Yishuin's imposing aura completely radiating, carrying supreme power. A sword chi was released from his hand, and in an instant it chopped down. This terrifying power even caused him to tremble with fear. It was impossible to resist. How can he be so powerful? Zhan Yan could clearly feel the battle robes on his body shattering in an instant, almost forcing him to his knees. Just the aura alone was enough to suffocate him. He roared. Naturally, he wouldn't be willing to die. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from his body. The reason why the Battle Sage family was able to obtain such a great reputation was because their old master, the Battle Sage, had experienced countless battles and dominated the battlefield. Naturally, there were many secret techniques that could stimulate the eruption of his strength. In an instant, he completely erupted. That power shot up to the sky, blowing the nearby demons away. Those that were closer were even crushed to death on the spot. At this moment, outside the demon horde, the Confucian sect experts and the divine puppet sect experts from the other sects could clearly see two astonishing auras sweeping through the demon horde. That aura, could it be the Battle Sage family's mad battle technique? Gu Shiring exclaimed in shock. The Battle Sage family's mad battle technique was also considered a very astonishing martial art. It was also very famous. However, in general, unless one was forced into a desperate situation, they wouldn't use this method at all. The reason was very simple. The after effects of this method were too great, so great that they had to be careful. Judging from that aura, the person who used it was undoubtedly Zhang Yan. But who could force Zhang Yan into a desperate situation? He had a shocking guess in his heart, and that was that it was Yi Shiwen. Although he didn't know what kind of martial arts it was, but he couldn't mistake that aura. It was undoubtedly Yi Shiwen's aura. In other words, it was very likely that Yi Shiwen had forced him into a desperate situation. Don't forget, Yi Shiwen said that he was going to take revenge. Just now, those people from the Divine Puppet Sect were still complaining that the Battle Sage family was too unscrupulous. They actually dared to attack them at such a crucial moment. If Yi Shiwen wanted to take revenge, it could only be Zhang Yan. Then the following deduction was logical. He more or less knew about Zhang Yan's strength. Zhang Yan wasn't weaker than himself, and he couldn't possibly force Zhang Yan into such a state. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but in a situation where countless demons were rampaging, it was difficult for him to even protect himself, let alone force Zhang Yan into such a state. It was almost impossible. If this was the case, then Yi Shiwen's strength was truly tyrannical to the extent that even he was trembling with fear. That imposing manner was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had also used some secret technique? Thinking about it carefully, this was the most plausible possibility, and the others also thought of this at almost the same time. They weren't stupid and could calculate many things with just a few words. They were even more frightened in their hearts. But at this moment, no one wanted to say anything for Zhang Yan, especially the people from the Divine Puppet Sect. They hated those people from the Battle Sage family even more. It was fine that those people couldn't leave, but they actually wanted to make them stay. It was simply despicable. Thinking of this, it was already good enough that they didn't help Yi Shiwen kill the other party. What sympathy did he expect from them? In fact, they even faintly hoped that Yi Shiwen could successfully kill the other party. And at this moment, in the crowd of demons, the first wave of attacks between the two had completely collided. Terrifying power instantly swept out. Yi Shiwen didn't even use any special martial arts. Instead, he simply destroyed Zhang Yan's attack with a palm. Boom! 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 Such intense collisions did not stop. The battle between the two did not fear anyone at all. Although those demons looked powerful, when they encountered these two people who had already gone berserk, they all met with great misfortune. It was more than just dismal to describe it. It was simply wailing. Basically, within the range of the battle between the two, the demons had all disappeared. Some had automatically avoided, and the rest that didn't had already been turned into ashes. Every time they collided, Zhang Yan would constantly retreat, and his disadvantage became more serious. Although he had already used all his methods, the gap between him and Yi Shiwen had not shrunk. On the contrary, it was further widening. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was simply toying with him. He didn't even use his full strength. Even so, it had already completely crushed all of his confidence. This kind of power was not something he could contend with at all. The only thing that supported him was his last breath, and it definitely couldn't be the last breath of a human. Boom! Zhang Yan's chest was smashed by Yi Shiwen's punch, and instantly a bloody hole appeared. His entire body flew out like a meteor, and it was unknown how many demons that couldn't dodge in time were killed. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his expression was cold. He directly chased after Zhang Yan, wanting to truly kill him. Roar, Yi Shiwen. As long as I don't die today, I will definitely make you die in the future. Zhang Yan roared, and his expression was abnormally ferocious. He gritted his teeth, and his eyelids were twitching. Do you think you still have a future? Yi Shiwen said. I hate people who backstab me the most. From the moment you backstabbed me, you should have known that this day will come. Yi Shiwen chased after him, and Zhang Yan roared. He had never thought that this day would come. In fact, he didn't even think that it was anything great. If he backstabbed Yi Shiwen, then so be it. Even if those people from the divine puppet sect were dissatisfied with him, so what? As for Yi Shiwen, the so-called #1 person of this generation, he had no scruples at all. This type of people all had one thing in common, and that was that they had extraordinary confidence in themselves. They didn't believe that anyone could surpass them, and at most, they could only be on par with them. Now that he knew, he regretted it, but he was even more resentful, and he hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Yi Shiwen, just wait for your death. Zhang Yan roared, and a scroll suddenly appeared in his hand, and he suddenly crushed it. In the void, a space door suddenly appeared. This was the final trump card that Zhang Yan had left for himself. After all, no one dared to say that they would definitely succeed. It was very necessary to have a necessary trump card. You want to leave? You're dreaming. It was unknown when a wheel had appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand, but it continued to spin, growing larger and larger, and suddenly it crashed down. Countless laws formed a frenzy of energy that destroyed everything. Before the space door could fully open, it was destroyed by Yi Shiwen on the spot and shattered into pieces. Yi Shiwen, you dare! Zhang Yan glared at Yi Shiwen, but before he could finish speaking, a blood-red sword chi descended from the sky and directly slashed into his body. In an instant, his spirit was destroyed. Chapter 2566. Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to hear the angry roars of someone behind the portal, but he did not care. At a time like this, a slight mistake could cost him his life. Who would have the time to care about his background? After killing Zhang Yan, Yi Shiwen did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to refine the demon summoning flag. Although he did not have enough time to refine the demon summoning flag completely, once he had refined it to a certain extent, he would be able to unlock some of its functions. After refining some of them, he understood how these demons came to be. They were all formed from the demonic aura of the demon summoning banner, and these demons did not appear out of thin air. They were all famous experts of the demon clan in the past. The power of the demon calling flag was boundless, but there was another rumor about the demon calling flag. In the past, when a supreme expert of the demon race refined the demon calling flag, he refined a strand of the primordial spirit of many experts of the demon race into it in order to control the endless demon race. Under the demon calling flag, the experts of the demon race did not dare to not come. They could only be ordered around by him. Otherwise, they would die a horrible death. That was why the demon race was able to establish the ancient heavenly court and dominate a region. Because of this, the power of the demon race was gathered. They were invincible and they were united. Later, many magic tools were refined by imitating the demon summoning flag. For example, the demon summoning flag in Yi Shiwen's hands. However, compared to the demon summoning flag made by the masters of the emperor level, it was not on the same level. The difference in power was like heaven and earth. Although the demon summoning flag was damaged, in the end, even if it was not damaged, it was only a high-grade divine tool. As long as Yi Shiwen had enough materials, he could refine it in a matter of minutes. However, The demon summoning flag was different. Its degree of damage was far worse than that of the demon summoning flag. However, whether it was the refining technique or the required supreme divine object, it wasn't something that the current Yishuin could obtain. Fortunately, even though it was just a fragment, the new demon summoning banner had taken shape. Even though its power had been greatly reduced, it was still a powerful Dharma treasure. Especially with the army of monsters in hand, it would be of great use at critical moments. Zhang Yan had planned for thousands of years and fought desperately to get his hands on the demon summoning flag. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, it was just something that he could use. He had a lot of good things with him. With the demon summoning banner in hand, the surrounding demons did not dare to approach. They only dared to roar from afar. After another day and night, Yi Shiwen finally completed the preliminary refining of the demon beckoning banner and was able to display some of its power. He held the demon beckoning banner in his hand and suddenly waved it. Instantly, those monsters rushed over with strange cries and were absorbed into the demon beckoning banner. Originally, there was an endless army of monsters, but in a short period of time, almost all of them were absorbed. At that moment, Yishuin was finally able to clearly see how many monsters there were through the demon summoning banner. There were more than 1,000 monsters at the Sage Plane alone, and more than 100 at the later stage of the Sage Plane. There were even 10 powerful monsters at the peak of the Sage Plane. They were the 10 great demon kings. Powerful demons, like the Baifeng that Yi Shiwen had seen before, were among them. There were countless undead levels, immortal levels, and demigods. Yi Shiwen could not help but gasp. The strength of the ancient heavenly court was simply unimaginable. That was because these monsters did not come from nowhere. They were formed from the primordial spirits of the powerful demon gods and demon kings in ancient times. Their strength could not be compared to their original bodies. Their strength could not be compared to when they were at their peak. At their peak, the ancient heavenly court probably had thousands of titled kings, and the 10 great demon kings were probably all at the peak of the titled king realm. How terrifying was this strength! It should be known that the Hidden Valley only had 7 titled kings, and they could already be called a first-rate titled sect. At that moment, he deeply understood how big the difference was between a titled sect that had the lineage of an emperor and an ordinary titled sect. Moreover, even an ordinary titled sect that had the lineage of an emperor could not be compared to the ancient heavenly court in terms of strength. After all, even a powerful force like the martial arts sect could only dominate the heaven realm and control some worlds. However, the ancient heavenly court had once ruled the world, and all the worlds in the universe had once trembled under their power. Since ancient times, the forces that could be considered as ruling the world, apart from the heavenly clan, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans could be considered as one. The rest was the ancient heavenly court. After that, there was no such behemoth. Even the Ji clan and imperial clan could not be compared to such strength. That was because when the ancient heavenly court was at its peak, it was said that there were several emperors in power. Although the Ji clan and imperial clan had produced several human emperors, they had all appeared one after another. There had never been several human emperors in power at the same time. One human emperor was enough to rule the world, but if there were other emperors in power at the same time, it would not be enough to rule the world. However, the demon clan had several emperors in power at the same time, which was enough to rule the universe. If it was not for the heavenly clan, no one would be able to shake their position. Their power was so great that it was almost equivalent to the alliance of many regal sects. From this, one could imagine the power of the heavenly clan. In the first war of resistance against the heavens, the original overlords, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, were crippled and had yet to recover. In the second war of resistance against the heavens, the ancient heavenly court was destroyed. Moreover, the devil king of the demon clan and the human emperor of the human clan had fallen in this battle. Defeating 2 overlords in a row, the heavenly clan was simply amazing. For him, that level of things was still very far away. However, The greatest significance of the demon summoning banner was that the monsters in it could be fed. It was also possible to slowly feed them back to their peak state. Although it was only theoretical, even if it was only like this for now, it would be of great help to him. In addition to this function, the demon summoning banner itself was also a powerful magic tool. As long as he completely refined it, he would be able to add another powerful weapon. Even if he were to be crowned as a regal king one day, the demon summoning banner would still be useful. Without the obstruction of the monsters in the sky, Yi Shiwen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be a little stunned. What the hell happened? Why did all the monsters in the sky disappear? Not a single one was left? Moreover, it did not seem like they were all killed. Moreover, there were so many monsters that it was impossible for a human to kill them all. Even if in the eyes of everyone, Yi Shiwen was a monster who could kill and come back out 7 times. Being able to kill and coming back out 7 times and being able to kill all these monsters were not the same concept at all. There was definitely something fishy going on here. It was just that they did not know what exactly had happened. Especially, where did the people from the battle sage families go? If they were to say that they had all escaped, they would not believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Other than a monster like Yi Shiwen, who could kill and come back out 7 times and still be able to escape. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, Yi Shiwen would definitely not let them go. Although they did not see how Yi Shiwen did it, they could more or less guess that they had probably been killed by Yi Shiwen. However, no one sympathized with the people from the battle sage families. Especially the people from the divine puppet sect, they felt even more satisfied. The sooner these guys died, the sooner they could be reincarnated. Most importantly, they did not kill them, so they did not have to worry about the battle sage families finding trouble with them. This could not be better. Even Gu Shiying and the others from the Confucian sect did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Zhang Yan was an overbearing person, and they had many conflicts with him. He had long been unpopular. However, although no one sympathized with the people from the battle sage families, they could not help but gasp when they saw that all the experts from the battle sage families had been killed. Although many people hated them to the point of gnashing their teeth, those who dared to take action and had the ability to do so were very few. Not to mention, they had slaughtered so many experts. If Yi Shiwen knew about this, he could not help but feel wronged, because although Zhang Yan was killed by him, the deaths of the other gods from the battle sage families had nothing to do with them. They had all died in the mouths of the monster army and had become nourishment for the battle sage families. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yi Shiwen did not seem the least bit moved by the annihilation of the battle sage families. Everyone secretly admired him in their hearts. To be able to kill Zhang Yan without batting an eyelid, his psychological quality was not ordinary. Zhang Yan was not an ordinary person. In this generation of the battle sage families, he was unparalleled. To think that he had actually died in the hands of a junior who was far younger than him. Presumably, he would not be able to justify his death. No. Many thanks to Brother Yi for saving us this time. The divine puppet sect master thanked him again. However, in his heart, he did not mention that Yi Shiwen had killed the people from the battle sage families, as if it had never happened. In any case, they did not know anything. What? How do you think he died? Who knows? In any case, I don't know. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. It was nothing. No need to thank me again and again. Yi Shiwen said, if you need my help in the future, just let me know. If there is an opportunity in the future, I hope that Brother Yi can visit our sect. We will definitely welcome you with open arms. The others also opened their mouths one after another. However, they had tacitly avoided the matter regarding the battle sage families, as if it had never happened. Yi Shiwen naturally understood what they meant. However, he did not expose them. It did not matter to him. Even if the battle sage families were angry, he was not afraid. The battle sage families had an old ancestor of the King Realm. However, the Hidden Valley also had 7 King Realm experts. However, it was better to avoid trouble. Everyone was very sensible, and it could save him a lot of trouble. Then Yi Shiwen stepped forward and said to Gu Shiying, "Sorry to have delayed your formation. You go ahead and don't worry about me. When there is news, just inform me. I will rush over immediately. All right, we are relieved to see that you are fine. See you then." Gu Shiying and the others were not pretentious. After being delayed for a few days, they were indeed anxious. So they bid farewell and left one after another. Chapter 25:67. After the people from the Confucian sect left, the people from the Divine Puppet sect were not in the mood to stay any longer. After experiencing such a huge change, it could be said that their injuries were almost fatal. They needed time to digest. This time they had originally come because of the Battle Sage family. Who would have thought that they would be tricked by Zhang Yan? Except for a small number of people who wanted to continue exploring the secret territory, most of them had lost interest. The Divine Puppet sect was even more eager to bring back Zhao Tinquang's corpse. No matter what, he was still a great senior in their sect. They could not let his corpse wander outside. After Yi Shiwen bid farewell to these people, he did not stay any longer. He went according to the information he had gathered from the Heaven Pavilion. Although 100,000 years had passed, the environment of the entire secret territory had changed. However, it had not changed to the extent that Yi Shiwen could not find his way. In his eyes, nothing was more important than finding the reincarnation grass. Yi Shiwen flew for a day and a night, and finally arrived at the huge swamp which was recorded in the Heavenly Pavilion's report. The entire swamp was very huge. From time to time, 1 or 2 small islands could be seen scattered on the islands. On the islands, towering trees rose from the ground. It was a spectacular sight. The nearby swamp looked extremely calm, but it was this calmness that made it look even more eerie. After Yi Shiwen opened the Eye of Redemption, he discovered that there was a small city built on an island in the depths of the swamp. The entire city looked weather-beaten. It should have been built for a long time. He thought for a moment and decided to go there first to determine the direction. Although he had the information from the Heaven Pavilion, after so many years, some changes had already occurred. Some places had even undergone earth-shaking changes due to special events. According to the information from the Heaven Pavilion, the reincarnation grass grew in the central area of this swamp. He took a big stride forward. His body was as light as a swallow as he swept across the swamp. He had not felt this way for a long time. He could now fly anywhere he wanted. He could even tear through space and pass through it. He did not need to use lightness technique at all. However, this swamp was shrouded by some kind of mysterious power. It was difficult for even birds to cross, so they could only choose to traverse it. Of course, with his current movement technique, it naturally couldn't be compared to how it was in the past. It was like he'd shrunk the ground into an inch, and he'd instantly appeared over 500 m away. His figure flickered on the swamp, and every time he flickered, he would fly a long distance away. However, when his feet landed on the swamp, he didn't leave any footprints. He had definitely achieved the highest level of leaving no footprints on the snow. The city was not too far away from the Eye of Redemption, but when he really walked, it was like a mountain that could not be seen. Moreover, he could not fly, so it took him another 4 hours to cross the swamp and arrive at the city. The entire city was somewhat dilapidated. There were not many people, only about 1,000 or so. However, although there weren't many people here, but each of them was an expert. Some people had set up stalls here, selling some of the treasures they had obtained from the swamp. It had already been a few days since Yi Shiwen had arrived here. However, everyone was waiting quietly. Even if they had nothing to do, they didn't go out. Soon, Yi Shiwen knew what these people were waiting for. It was the place mentioned in the information received by the Heaven Pavilion previously. When this secret territory opened last time, a temple appeared in the depths of the swamp. The entire temple was extremely mysterious, but the time was too short at that time. The opening time of the Kurfürst Road was going to pass soon, so they didn't have time to explore it all. This time, there were even more people coming. There were thousands of people from various races. Even the local Aborigines had come after receiving the news. These thousands of people gathered in this small city to wait for the news and didn't go out. Yi Shiwen originally planned to set off first, but he had no choice at this time. Since the temple hadn't appeared yet, he couldn't do anything even if he was anxious. He could only choose to wait with these people. He waited quietly for almost half a year. In this half a year, he just found a small courtyard to live in. There was no owner here, so naturally there was no rent or anything. However, in this half a year, he was harassed by many people, and many people had their eyes on this small courtyard. Because in this half a year, more and more people came. Because the city wasn't big to begin with, it was soon full of people. It was inevitable that some conflicts and contradictions would break out, especially with these gods. Each of them was arrogant and unruly. God knew how many people came to look for trouble, but they were all sent away by him. With his current strength, although he couldn't be regarded as the top in this cursed road, as long as he didn't provoke the evildoers, he could be said to be unstoppable. Even if he encountered those evildoers, he still had some trump cards and means, but he didn't use them easily. After Yi Shiwen sent away those who came to look for trouble, he mainly used his time on cultivation. In this half a year, he constantly absorbed the energy contained in the source of light, constantly enhancing his magic power and skills. The source of light, indeed, lived up to its name. No wonder Jun Dingtian paid such a huge price to get his hands on it. If Jun Dingtian had gotten his hands on it, his cultivation would have advanced by leaps and bounds again. Fortunately, it was now in Yi Shiwen's hands. Even Yi Shiwen had an impulse to continue to cultivate without limit. It didn't take long for Yi Shiwen to use the source of light. Although Yi Shiwen had just entered the early stage of the Sage Realm, he had cultivated to the peak of the early stage of the Sage Realm in less than half a year. If he continued to cultivate, it would only take a few years for him to steadily enter the middle stage of the Sage Realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time. Just as he was about to make a further breakthrough, news finally came. Someone in the depths of the fog saw the temple appear. The entire city was in an uproar. Everyone was crazily rushing in the direction of the temple. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. For a moment, people could be seen flashing. Since no one could fly, they could only run on the swamp. No one had time to think too much. They did more checks. Very soon, he paid a heavy price for it. Huge mouths emerged from the depths of the swamp, biting down on the gods and dragging them into the water. The water in the entire swamp was very muddy, and no one could see clearly what was in it. However, Yi Shiwen saw it clearly. The moment those monsters left the water surface, he instantly saw that they were giant crocodiles. Each of them was extremely powerful. He opened the Eye of Redemption and looked down. Although he couldn't see clearly because of the law's isolation, he could still see dense life auras lurking among them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just who was it that raised so many fierce crocodiles here? One must know that these were not ordinary people, but gods. They were swallowed in one gulp without even having the chance to struggle. Roar! With a roar, a huge mouth emerged from the swamp and shrouded his whole body. However, how could Yi Shiwen be compared with an ordinary god? He immediately took a big stride forward, and his whole body flashed hundreds of meters away. The attack of this fierce crocodile fell on thin air. Then, a sword light chopped down towards this fierce crocodile and instantly beheaded it. Blood filled the air and dyed the distance of thousands of meters red. More fierce crocodiles smelled the scent and gathered. Yi Shiwen knew that he couldn't stay for long, so he quickly fled in the direction of the temple. There was still a long distance from here to the temple, but there was already a person who was accidentally swallowed by a fierce crocodile here. Everyone was panicking, but it was hard to get off. If they turned back, there would be endless groups of fierce crocodiles. It was the same if they went forward. They couldn't fly, so they couldn't escape. They could only move forward with all their might. It didn't seem like a long time, but it took them 4 hours to run. Although Yi Shiwen started later, his skills were exquisite. Those fierce crocodiles couldn't do anything to him. Hundreds of fierce crocodiles died in his hands along the way. Soon he caught up with the first group and walked to the front. Those who could get to the front were all sages without exception, and many of them were in the middle or late stage of the sages. Most importantly, these people were in groups of 3 to 5. They were divided into several large groups and supported each other as they moved forward. Yi Shiwen was the only one who could fight his way into the first group alone, so he attracted a lot of attention. Soon, the leader of one of the largest groups, a bald man, gave a signal with his eyes. Suddenly, a skinny feather man separated from the group. He was born with wings, so his movement technique was very fast. After a while, he actually flew towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen immediately noticed the movement of the man from the feather race. More importantly, behind him, more than a dozen powerful, fierce crocodiles rushed over, bringing trouble to others. How could Yi Shiwen not understand that this was directed at him? It should be these teams eradicating their competitors. And among these first group of people, Yi Shiwen was alone. So he was the easiest to deal with. But was Yi Shiwen really that easy to deal with? His lips curled into a cold smirk. The divine kingdom beneath his feet suddenly spread out and enveloped the feather race man. Boundless nomological laws turned into 2 giant hands that instantly locked the feather race man in place. Chapter 2568. The man from the Feather Clan was shocked. The grin on his face froze. He had never thought that Yi Shiwen would dare to fight back. They were a group, and Yi Shiwen was alone. He had thought that Yi Shiwen would at most run away. He had never thought that Yi Shiwen would dare to fight back. However, Yi Shiwen's fight back was not enough to make him panic. He found that he could not activate his divine kingdom and was completely suppressed. This was impossible for him, because he was in the middle stage of the sage plane and his opponent was only in the early stage of the sage plane. How could he make him unable to move? Although the sage plane had condensed a divine kingdom, there was still a huge gap between divine kingdoms. A difference of 1 level could make a huge difference. How did Yi Shiwen do it? However, he did not have time to think. More than a dozen crocodiles bit out of the swamp and divided the man from the Feather Clan. Blood splattered and bone fragments flew. His spiritual soul was destroyed in an instant, and his primordial spirit was torn to pieces. It was enough to show how terrifying these crocodiles were. Only his head was left on the surface of the swamp. He still had a look of disbelief. He could not break free from Yi Shiwen's divine kingdom. Victory or defeat was decided in an instant. There was no chance for him to escape. In his mind, the last thing he thought was that if he had known this would happen, he would not have tried to divert the trouble to someone else. This was his home. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Yi Shiwen himself. However, he would never have known that if he had done it himself, he would have died even faster. Yi Shiwen was just too lazy to do it. Otherwise, 1 sword strike would have been enough. Fourth, the bald man and his group shouted in grief and indignation. They were very close, but they did not expect to lose their lives because they thought they were just going to do a mission that was not dangerous at all. They looked at Yi Shiwen as if they wanted to devour him. In fact, it seemed as if they wanted to swallow him alive. They might have come over to kill Yi Shiwen if they weren't besieged by a large number of vicious crocodiles. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to pay attention to these people's gazes. After all, he didn't have much time to waste. After what had happened, the other groups became somewhat wary of Yi Shiwen. That person was very strange. He looked like he was only in the early stage of the sage plane, and he did not seem to be very outstanding among the first group. However, he had been able to easily drag out an expert in the middle stage of the sage plane to death. Although he had used some tricks, it was precisely because of that made it all the more strange. If one didn't know the background of such a person, it would be best not to provoke him. Otherwise, there might be serious consequences. However, They didn't have the time to worry about it. After running for a long time, they finally saw the primer of the temple. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, everyone's hearts were tense. They didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Although it was still a distance away, it was already right in front of him. Among these people, Yi Shiwen took the lead. He was at the initial stage of the sage plane, surpassing a large number of masters at the middle and late stage of the sage plane. He was the first to rush into the temple within a dozen breaths. It was a very simple and unadorned temple with a very strange design. No one knew which period it was built in, and no one knew what kind of god was worshipped in it. The people who came to explore were all gods, and many of them enjoyed incense in various worlds. Temples were built everywhere to spread faith, and they didn't even hesitate to fight for it. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with the temple, but he didn't know what kind of god it was worshipping. However, to be able to build it in such a place and raise so many fierce crocodiles, he was afraid that it was not an ordinary person. Yi Shiwen directly rushed into the temple. There was a row of halls, and in the halls there were huge statues erected. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but Yi Shiwen couldn't be bothered to look at them at the moment. Based on the information he had obtained before, Yi Shiwen quickly determined the direction and flew in a certain direction. Reincarnation grass. Where is the reincarnation grass? Yi Shiwen kept searching, and he kept looking in those temples. His figure was very fast, and soon a huge herbal garden appeared in front of him. However, there were no medicinal herbs in this huge herb garden. Moreover, it was very desolate, as if all the spirit energy had been absorbed. And in the center of the entire herb garden, there was a dark gray medicinal herb blooming with brilliant light. Countless principles were fluttering up and down, and the spirit principles were extremely rich. Yi Shiwen could feel the fluctuations of the spirit principles, even though he was very far away. Reincarnation grass. Yi Shiwen confirmed that this was indeed the reincarnation grass. It looked exactly the same as the reincarnation grass that the Dr. King had described to him previously. The entire herb garden was completely withered, and the spirit energy of all the spiritual veins was being transported in the direction of the reincarnation grass. The entire herb garden only supported this reincarnation grass. It could be said that the reincarnation grass had overbearingly absorbed the spirit energy of the other medicinal herbs, which resulted in the other medicinal herbs not having enough spirit energy to survive. Yi Shiwen casually looked around, and he could see that many medicinal herbs had completely withered. Many had already turned into powder, and some had even turned into flying ash. This reincarnation grass was a bit too overbearing. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't care so much at this time. He had finally found the reincarnation grass after more than 1,000 years. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the reincarnation grass in an instant. He broke the protective enchantment of the reincarnation grass and successfully snatched the reincarnation grass. Then he stored it in the Tianyuan mirror. He didn't stay any longer and flew out of the herb garden. He wasn't interested in this temple in the first place. Now that he had obtained the reincarnation grass, he could leave the Kurfürst road after dealing with the matters of the Confucian sect. Perhaps others had come for the legendary opportunity of the Kurfürst road, but Yi Shiwen wasn't that interested in that opportunity. He wouldn't be obsessed with this so-called opportunity. Kid, hand over what you've obtained just now, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yi Shiwen hadn't left the herb garden when he heard a sneer. The bald man and his group, who had previously caused trouble for Yi Shiwen, appeared at the entrance with a sinister smile on their faces. The group of more than a dozen people had completely surrounded Yi Shiwen, not giving him any opportunity to escape. More than a dozen divine senses had locked onto him. Chapter 2569. Leave your corpse intact? That's great. The demon-calling banner needs to devour a lot of qi and blood in order to grow. Since you've come to me, don't even think about leaving. Yi Shiwen sneered. When those people heard this, they were so angry that they almost twisted their heads. There were so many of them, and their strength was firmly above Yi Shiwen's. Not only was this guy not afraid, but he actually dared to speak, so arrogantly. He was simply courting death. The bald man didn't even bother to continue talking nonsense. He directly blasted a punch towards Yi Shiwen, like a meteor crashing over. The fist force burst and turned into a myriad of stars. The fist force spread out and swept out in the air. In each fist force, there was endless power of laws. This punch also showed his extraordinary strength. Chang Go had become the leader of these sage realm experts, and it was not that simple. This punch almost had the power to make heaven and earth tremble, making Yi Shiwen unable to escape or avoid it. You're courting death. You don't know what's good for you. I didn't have time to argue with you just now, so I let you live. Now you dare to come and court death. In the face of the fist force that blasted towards him, Yi Shiwen stood still and let it hit him. Everywhere collapsed, but he did not move at all. His face was extremely cold. When he was about to arrive in front of Yi Shiwen finally made his move. He spread out his palm, and a huge sword key condensed in his hand. Countless sword key condensed into a long river and instantly soared into the sky, forming an incomparably huge long river. It seemed as if it would split the sky apart. The sword chi splashed out from Yi Shiwen's hand and slashed down from the sky, breaking the bald man's fist force completely. The bald man's fist power did not even come into contact with Yi Shiwen's fur before it was completely destroyed. What kind of sword force is this? How can it be so powerful? The bald man was shocked and retreated again and again. His shield of vigor showed signs of collapsing in front of this sword force. You have to see how strong you are if you want to play tricks on me. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. In an instant, he crossed through space and came in front of the bald man. The sword force in his hand kept spinning, growing, and directly stabbed out. Boom! Ji's sword light traversed the sky, piercing through the firmament. Endless sword chi erupted behind him, almost forming a world of the way of the sword. Boss! After all, they hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be so terrifying. So they unleashed their divine nations one after another in order to delay Yi Shiwen's footsteps. Countless god laws transformed into huge hands and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen, courting death. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly and suddenly stopped. He suddenly waved his palm, and countless sword energies swept out. These divine kingdoms that were spreading over collapsed in an instant. They weren't a match for Yi Shiwen at all. Those nomological hands also shattered in an instant and drifted away in the wind. Pooh! 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 These people who rushed over in a hurry were swept by Yi Shiwen's sword force. Their attacks were disintegrated, and most importantly, their whole body was seriously injured, and their flesh was sent flying. But Yi Shiwen was still unforgiving. He didn't give them the slightest chance to escape. The Dominator's sword intent rose with the wind, and in a few breaths, it grew to thousands of feet long. With a sweep, these people who were sent flying didn't even have a chance to escape. Bang! 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 In an instant, they turned into a mass of blood mist. Their wealth was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror, and their flesh and blood were swallowed by the demon flag. Whether it was their blood essence or spirit, they were all fed to the endless monsters. In a short while, such a huge amount of blood essence had been swallowed up. How dare you! The bald man opened his eyes wide, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. These people had gone through countless battles and grew up together. It could be said that they were like brothers. Previously, one of them had died, and now all of them were dead. Only he was left. How could he not be angry? The spiritual power of his whole body was burning, and his height grew by more than 10 feet. Yi Shiwen seemed to have shrunk a lot all of a sudden. His body was strong, just like a demon god. He opened a huge gap between heaven and earth, and countless chaotic forces were drawn down by him and instilled into his body making his spiritual power more and more powerful. The strong wind set off by the bald man made Yi Shiwen's clothes flutter. At this moment, the bald man raised his strength to the peak, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Die! He roared, and once again blasted out a punch, and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen's head. He wanted to directly blow Yi Shiwen up. This won't do. If you burn too much of your blood essence, won't I lose? Yi Shiwen did not care about the bald man's attack at all. He was actually afraid that the bald man would burn all of his blood essence. This sentence immediately made the bald man seething with anger, and he almost died alive. This punch blasted down like lightning, and its momentum was infinite. It was extremely fast, and it came and went like a ghost. Dang! A huge roar sounded, like the sound of gold and iron colliding. His terrifying punch was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. Every pore of Yi Shiwen's body began to spew out a strong sword aura. Before the bald man had time to react, Yi Shiwen's sword intention had already swept out, and a terrifying sword momentum swept out. All of the bald man's attacks collapsed inch by inch the moment the sword momentum appeared. Moreover, this force was still spreading and fell on the bald man's body. Boom! All the defenses on the bald man's body collapsed in an instant. This terrifying pressure could not be resisted at all. I will fight with you. At this time, the bald man was not only bleeding from his eyes. Every pore on his body was bleeding, and his internal organs were shattered by the shock. He opened his mouth and roared, and his body exploded. He wanted to hit Yi Shiwen at the last moment, and maybe he could save the situation. He roared. An ray of light pierced through the sky, blasted at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just sneered and ignored him. The sword momentum slowly slashed down. He didn't give him any chance to breathe at all. He defeated his counterattack. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he had smashed all his defenses and cut into his body. The bald man screamed, and his whole body exploded. Endless sword and tension raged inside him, crushing every inch of his body. He turned into a bloody mist and was absorbed by the demon calling Banner. After absorbing the essence and blood of a master in the late stage of the Sage Plane, there was a huge change in the demon calling Banner. Many monsters of the Companion Plane reached the power of the Doctrine Plane in one fell swoop, and many monsters of the Immortal Plane directly entered the Eternal Plane. There were even a few Eternal Plane monsters who entered the Sage Plane. However, there were no changes at the Sage Plane, but Yi Shiwen was not anxious. After knowing the method, all that was left was to keep feeding them. Sooner or later, he would have an unparalleled army. Although the souls of the demon race masters were not real gods, they could exert power comparable to that of the Doctrine Plane, and that was enough. Yi Shiwen was only raising a group of fighters, and he did not really want to raise a lot of Doctrine Plane gods. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. He looked at the scene of devastation in the entire medicinal garden. It had been destroyed in the battle. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived early. Otherwise, he wouldn't know whose hands the reincarnation grass would have fallen into if he had arrived late. Now that the reincarnation grass was in his hands, the biggest worry in his heart was finally put to rest. Yi Shiwen did not stop and went straight out of the temple. He did not even take a second look, and went straight back to the city in the swamp. Anyway, he had nowhere to go for the time being, so he naturally chose to stay here. At this time, most people had died in the swamp, and those who were alive simply went to explore the temple. None of them came back, so no one fought with Yi Shiwen for a place to stay. After half a year, there were very few people who did not know what to do. The people in the city were also very clear about the habits of this strange person. He did not casually get involved in other things, but once he was provoked, there was only a dead end. Some people were very surprised that Yi Shiwen came back so early, but Yi Shiwen immediately went into closed-door training, and everyone soon lost interest. Soon, more and more news spread out from the temple. Many people had discovered some treasures in the temple. It seemed that they had obtained a great harvest. However, this couldn't shake Yi Shiwen's will. In fact, it didn't even cause a ripple in his heart. But soon, the casualties in the temple increased. There were more and more conflicts between outsiders and natives, natives and natives, and outsiders. People could be heard fighting almost every day, and there were deities falling. Such battles could not be said to not be fierce. 3 years later, a heavy news came. More than 200 deities had fallen in one day, because the evil god worshipped in the temple seemed to have awakened. It was stimulated by the qi, blood, and essence of these deities who were fighting, and it seemed to have awakened into a monster, like a zombie. The more than 200 deities did not have time to escape, and those who were alive and did not receive the news were among them. If they were not careful, they would be completely annihilated. There were even many top experts in the sage realm, but without exception, none of them escaped. As soon as this news spread out, it shook the small city. Countless people instantly regarded the temple as a peerless and dangerous place. According to many people's speculations, unless a peerless genius entered, it was likely that no one would be able to do anything to the monster in the temple. So everyone could only give up, except for a small number of people who were not willing to give up and were not afraid of death. Most had left the small city. Time flew. Chapter 2570. It was a bloody world. In Tianyuan Mirror, it seemed to be an eternal picture. In the distance, the Avicii sword was constantly struggling to break free. Its fierce aura was locked by countless chains of law. This had consumed most of the power of the heavenly source mirror. The infinite pain sword was still a big trouble even when it wasn't in use. So it couldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, it might backfire if one wasn't careful. Yi Shiwen didn't want to encounter such a thing. There was a lake of thunder liquid in front of Yi Shiwen. The rumbling of thunder could be heard everywhere. The power of thunder could be seen flashing everywhere. It seemed like an independent kingdom of thunder. A person was lying in the thunder liquid lake. She was dressed in a light blue gown. She was lying in the thunder liquid lake with a calm expression. The enlightening mind ancient tree was emitting 7-colored light all the time. It enveloped her and protected her from the invasion of evil spirits. Even so, her face was still covered with black veined patterns. It was the invasion of the power of death. The erosion of the power of death on Yi Qianshan's body had become more and more serious over the past 1,000 years, even though the thunder liquid lake and the enlightening mind ancient tree were both stabilizing her. Yi Shiwen was sitting cross-legged next to the thunder liquid lake. Innumerable divine sources were burning in the distance. They transformed into spirit energies and principles and poured into his body. His body was like a wooden barrel that could never be filled. No matter how much spirit energies were poured into his body, it would never be satisfied. Not even a trace of spirit energies would leak out. He had sealed every pore of his body so that spirit energies couldn't seep out. The aura on his body was constantly fluctuating. It was faintly discernible. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Countless principles had formed a long dragon or a phoenix. They had formed countless strange phenomena and had manifested behind him. A large mass of light source essence had finally been digested in his body. It had been madly digested under the operation of observing person scripture. The universe within Yi Shiwen's body seemed to be inexhaustible. The universe within Yi Shiwen's body was also constantly upgrading. Many planets had already been upgraded into worlds. Countless creatures were living in them. He had integrated his divine kingdom into the universe within his body. He had been using his magic power to nourish his divine kingdom every day. Crackle! Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's body started to emit countless crackling sounds. Each of these sounds was like a violent explosion. They were all erupting from his body, accompanied by boundless spiritual qi. It was as if worlds were being destroyed and rebuilt. The phenomenon around him was truly shocking. Yi Shiwen looked up to the sky and let out a long and loud roar. His voice was clear and cold. Along with this loud and long roar, all his bad luck seemed to have been directly driven away by this long and loud roar. All the barriers between his realms also collapsed in an instant. Boom! A series of explosions resounded, and the aura around Yi Shiwen's body continued to sweep and distort. A terrifying power was surging out of him. After a long while, this power finally calmed down. Yi Shiwen slowly opened his eyes and said, "I'm finally in the middle stage of the Sage Plane. I've finally broken into the middle stage of the Sage Plane after swallowing a source of light. After stepping into the Sage Plane, it's too difficult to advance further." Although he had stepped into the middle stage of the Sage Plane not long after breaking into the early stage of the Sage Plane, which seemed fast, in reality it was also the result of swallowing the source of light. Otherwise, although he might not have been like others who could only advance one step in 10,000 years, it would have been impossible for him to achieve results so quickly. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. These few years had not been a waste. Not only had he stepped into the middle stage of the Sage Plane, but his combat power had not fallen behind, and he had truly rushed into the peak of the Sage Plane. In the Kurfürst Road, he had truly entered the ranks of the top. Although he was still a little weaker than the monstrous geniuses, he was stronger than the ordinary old antiques at the peak of the Sage Plane. Right now, he had only just stepped into the middle stage of the Sage Plane. When he reached the peak of the middle stage of the Sage Plane in one fell swoop, even those monstrous geniuses would be nothing to him. By then, his combat power would be infinitely close to the King Plane. And now, he only needed a little more accumulation. After all, there was no barrier between the middle stage of the Sage Plane and the peak of the middle stage of the Sage Plane. As long as he accumulated enough, he could automatically step into that plane and be comparable to monstrous geniuses. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen was still very satisfied, although he had not yet reached the peak of the Sage Plane. Yi Shiwen withdrew all the aura on his body, and in an instant it was completely gone. He stood up and looked at Yi Qianshan, who was lying quietly in the lake of thunder liquid, like a peerless sleeping beauty. Soon, all of this would be over. Countless laws flickered around him as he moved. It was as if he had touched upon another plane. While he was still far from the pinnacle of the Sage Plane, his powers had vaguely touched upon the limits of that plane. The next plane would be the titled King Plane. Yi Shiwen flipped his palm, and the Sui fire essence appeared in his hand. He had already erased its consciousness, and all that was left was the fusion of endless energy. As long as he swallowed it, he would be able to reach the peak of the middle stage of the Sage Plane in a few years, and there would be no side effects. At the moment, this was the only natural treasure that he could swallow that was useful for his current plane, and the golden-back Dragon Carp King had not completed its final evolution, so it was not the time to swallow it yet. Just as he was about to continue swallowing the Sui fire essence and take advantage of the situation to push his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of the Sage Plane, there was a sudden ripple in the space, and a beam of light broke through the void and flew in. Yi Shiwen caught it, and his expression changed. It was Gu Shiying's message talisman. Her message talisman informed him that she had found the spring and autumn brush, and asked him to meet up with her as soon as possible. Yi Shiwen was confident that he could kill Jun Dingtian with his own hands, and even if he were to run into those monsters, he would be able to protect himself. If worse came to worst, he could still retreat. The alliance was dispensable, but then again he was a man, and he would not go back on his word. More importantly, if Jun Dingtian were to appear in this secret plane, it would be at this time. The reappearance of the spring and autumn brush would probably have attracted the attention of countless people. Jun Dingtian, it's time to settle the score. Yi Shiwen's expression was extremely solemn, and in the next second, his body disappeared from the Tianyuan mirror. At the same time, the news of the spring and autumn brush's reappearance spread over time. Even if the experts of the Confucian sect tried to suppress it, It was useless, and the news still spread. Many people had come for the spring and autumn brush, and now they were all on the move. Far away in the sky, there was an incomparably huge mountain floating in the sky. The entire mountain was not formed naturally. Instead, it was a type of celestial device, a very powerful high-grade celestial device. On top of the mountain, there were many tyrannical auras entrenched. There were actually living beings living on it. The mountain was not a nameless ritual implement, but a very famous ritual implement in the indefinite spirit cult, the indefinite sacred mountain. The indefinite spirit cult took its name from the indefinite spirit cult, which meant that the heavenly Tao was impermanent, and indefinite. They wanted to control the only variable and seize the fate of the heavens. It was also a powerful cult that was crowned with kings. The indefinite sacred mountain was also very powerful, and it kept moving in the void like a meat grinder. No matter what kind of ferocious creature it was, it would explode on the spot when it came into contact with the indefinite sacred mountain. At this time, there were countless demons surrounding and attacking the indefinite sacred mountain. It should be said that the indefinite sacred mountain had directly attacked the demon's lair. On the indefinite sacred mountain, the disciples of the indefinite spirit cult could continue to hunt and kill these demons, enrich themselves, and plunder wealth. Their strength continued to grow, and they were getting stronger with every passing moment. Almost all of the demons were killed by the indefinite sacred mountain, and they became nutrients for the indefinite sacred mountain, and even the master of the indefinite sacred mountain. It was like a giant, and it was simply invincible. At this time, in a huge and luxurious palace on the indefinite sacred mountain, the master of the indefinite sacred mountain, a demonic young man, suddenly opened his eyes. This young man was about 9 feet tall and handsome. However, there were silver scales shining on his forehead, revealing his identity. He was not a human, but a powerful race. "Come out, friend. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" he said slowly. As his voice fell, a tall and straight figure appeared in front of him, like a king of the heavens looking down on the world. "Jun Ding Tian, it's you. What are you doing here instead of cultivating?" The master of the indefinite sacred mountain seemed to know Jun Ding Tian and said directly, "As an ally, isn't it normal for me to come and see you?" Jun Ding Tian said with a smile, "Wu Dingzi, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're already close to that barrier. You're really good. In the end, there's still a difference, but it won't be long. I'll be at the peak of the Sage Plain soon. When that time comes, compared to those monsters, I'll only be lacking in the accumulation of skills. When I return to the cult, I'll consume a few treasures of heaven and earth, and I'll be able to challenge those monsters immediately." "What's the big deal?" Wu Dingzi said with pride. "Your strength isn't bad either. With the two of us working together, who could be a match for us? It'll be a piece of cake for us to sweep through this secret zone. If you really think that, then you really don't know when you're about to die." Jun Ding Tian said coldly. Chapter 2571. What do you mean? Wu Dingzi's expression turned cold as he looked at Jun Ding Tian. It seemed like he would not let this matter rest until Jun Ding Tian gave him an explanation. "Are you talking about Gu Shiriying? What's there to be afraid of? At most, he's on par with me. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to do anything if we join forces. Although he has joined forces with Yan Bai's strength is still far from mine. He's nothing to worry about." Wu Dingzi analyzed. "Then, have you heard that he has joined forces with Yi Shiwen?" Jun Ding Tian said, glancing at Wu Dingzi. Wu Dingzi's expression suddenly changed. He thought of the many legends about Yi Shiwen. Whether they were willing or not, Yi Shiwen's reputation as the number one of the current generation had been around for a long time. As the saying goes, those who are famous are worthy of their reputation. Although Yi Shiwen might not be the number one in the world for so many years, no one would believe that he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve. He wasn't afraid of Gu Shiriying at all. Even if Yanbai was added, he wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention that he had Jun Dingtian as his ally. Even without him, he had nothing to be afraid of. But if Yi Shiwen was added to the mix, then the situation would be completely different. Yi Shiwen had been famous for a long time, but that was hundreds of years ago. No one knew what level he had cultivated to now. He had killed someone at the pinnacle of the sage plane hundreds of years ago, and he was probably even stronger now, regardless of whether he had used tricks or not. Unless, as the rumors said, he was seriously injured and unable to exert his full strength. So what if it's Yi Shiwen? Although he killed a peak of the divine lord hundreds of years ago, he did so with the help of a peerless sword. His own strength is nothing. Wu Dingzi's expression was uncertain because he couldn't be completely sure. How can the situation be the same hundreds of years ago and now? But to me, it's nothing. It's just a child's play. Wu Dingzi immediately regained his confidence. Indeed, Yi Shiwen's performance hundreds of years ago was eye-catching, outshining others and dominating the world. But now, hundreds of years had passed, and everyone was working hard. It could be said that 100 flowers were blooming. It was definitely not the same as hundreds of years ago when he was dominating the world. If you don't take him seriously, the two of us will die in his hands sooner or later. Jun Dingtian said, I've been fighting with him for so many years, but I can't do anything to him. It's said that he suffered heavy losses in the battle hundreds of years ago, but that's not the case. He just hides his strength well. Just a few years ago, he destroyed one of my strongholds. The people I left there were no match for him at all. Even an old senior of our hidden valley was defeated by him. According to the information I received, even if he hasn't reached our realm, I'm afraid that his combat strength is similar to ours. Impossible. Wu Dingzi was in disbelief. He had mixed feelings in his heart. It seemed like he could believe it. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. However, he wasn't willing to believe it. That was because Yi Shiwen's cultivation time was only a fraction of his. In fact, Yi Shiwen had only cultivated for a few thousand years. However, Yi Shiwen had cultivated for 70,000 to 80,000 years. He had accumulated a lot of experience, but he had only reached this realm. Although Jun Dingtian's cultivation time was shorter than his, it was still incomparable to Yi Shiwen's cultivation time. It's not impossible. I've fought with him many times, but I never gained the upper hand. I know this person very well. He's very difficult to deal with. Very difficult to deal with. Jun Dingtian said confidently. He had fought with Yi Shiwen several times, but the result couldn't be described as not gaining the upper hand. It was a bitter history of blood and tears, except for the first time when he used his profound martial power to oppress Yi Shiwen. He didn't gain the upper hand at all after that. Even the first time he didn't manage to defeat Yi Shiwen and was scared away by him. Such an opponent could be said to be unforgettable. He had a deep impression of Yi Shiwen. Even if everyone looked down on Yi Shiwen, he would not look down on Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, how could he be considered as someone who had suffered losses in Yi Shiwen's hands? Even so, we don't have to be afraid of them if we join forces, Wu Dingzi said calmly. Even if we join forces, we still don't have a 100% chance of winning. It's better to find another one, Jun Dingtian said. There's no need for that. Just the two of us are enough. Wu Dingzi immediately refused. He was very clear that if he were to find another one, his share would undoubtedly be much smaller. Jun Dingtian immediately guessed what Wu Dingzi was thinking and said, I don't need my share and your share will not decrease. You don't have to worry about this. You don't want it? Then what are you working so hard for? Wu Dingzi immediately became suspicious. Weren't they so busy just for the riches inside? Because I want to kill Yi Shiwen. This time, I want to kill him completely so that he can no longer threaten me. Jun Dingtian said coldly. Wu Dingzi suddenly remembered that Jun Dingtian had been defeated by Yi Shiwen in the intelligence. Was it because of this that he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen? If that was the case, it was normal. People like them had always been invincible. However, once they were defeated by someone of the same generation, it would leave a shadow in their heart. If they were not careful, it would form a demon in their heart. By then, not only would they not be able to improve, but they would also become weaker. He thought that he had completely grasped June Dingtian's thoughts, but he didn't know that June Dingtian didn't think so at all. In June Dingtian's eyes, he was a person who was about to become a matchless king again. Yi Shiwen was nothing to him. He was the reincarnation of an invincible king. He didn't care about these so-called geniuses at all. In this generation, there were only a few who could enter the king realm. Yi Shiwen was only one of his targets. However, this wasn't the fundamental reason why he had to take the risk to kill Yi Shiwen. What he really cared about was the legendary, peerless, ominous sword of Yi Shiwen. If he could obtain that peerless, ominous sword, then his strength would immediately increase by a notch. Hearing June Dingtian's words, Wu Dingzi had no choice but to agree. He immediately said, "In this secret territory, there are not many who can be compared to us. Are we looking for Zhang Yan?" Wu Dingzi said, "Zhang Yan seems to have disappeared in the past few years. It's very likely that he has died here. In this generation, there were not many who could be compared to him. Moreover, they were all gathered in a secret territory." He had always been paying attention to these people, including Zhang Yan from the Battle Sage family. It was just that after Zhang Yan showed up once, he never appeared again. Many people secretly speculated that he might have already fallen. Although it was difficult for an expert of this level to fall, it wasn't impossible. "I have found him. You don't have to worry about this," June Dingtian said. "Who?" Wu Dingzi asked immediately. How could he, Wu Dingzi, be an ordinary person? "It's me." In the main hall, another figure slowly appeared. This was a tall and straight figure wrapped in a black cloak. "Who are you?" Wu Dingzi said coldly. First, it was June Dingtian. This black-cloaked man kept barging in. This had already made him very unhappy. He was even more vigilant towards himself, but he only noticed a little. "First, let me see what kind of ability you have to join our team." Wu Dingzi sneered. There was a shocking burst of light in his pitch-black eyes. These scattered lights shot out, each shining with a shocking cold light. It was very shocking. Bang, 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 bang. These rays of light were completely blocked 3 inches in front of the black-cloaked man, unable to advance even a little bit. "Interesting." Wu Dingzi sneered. His body disappeared instantly like a cloud of smoke. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the black-cloaked man. He grabbed the cloak of the black-cloaked man with lightning speed. "I'd like to see who exactly you are." His palm was like a blade, breaking through the protective vigor chi of the black-cloaked man. "I will let you know my identity, but there is no need to be so anxious." The black-cloaked man's counterattack was not slow. He directly shook off the big hand that was grabbing him and took a few steps back, not letting Wu Dingzi get his hands on him. Not bad. Wu Dingzi's figure once again appeared in his original appearance. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, reluctantly acknowledging the identity of this partner. "I can give up the wealth this time, including the spring and autumn brush. But I have one request. You must kill Yi Shiwen first. I must kill him this time." June Dingtian said faintly, but the murderous intent in his words was indescribable. "Sure, the spring and autumn brush must be mine. I don't care who you want to kill, and I can help you." Wu Dingzi nodded. He was still thinking about how to distribute the spring and autumn brush after getting it. He had to get it. Now, there was no one to compete with him. Although he didn't know what June Dingtian was planning, getting the spring and autumn brush was more important than anything else. If that's the case, then it's best. June Dingtian said coldly, "This time I will make him die without a burial place." "Humph, he can't escape this time," the black-cloaked man said coldly. His voice was hoarse like an owl's. It was very unpleasant and cold to the ears. This time, I must tear him into pieces and make him die without a burial place. Die, 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 die. If that's the case, let's go. Chapter 25:72. Yi Shiwen rushed all the way, and in less than half a day he had already arrived at the place where the Confucians were meeting. The reason for this was that Yi Shiwen's current strength had undergone a complete transformation. If it had been the same as before, it would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to arrive at this speed. Thus, when Yi Shiwen arrived, Gu Shiying and the others revealed completely surprised expressions, because even they had never imagined that Yi Shiwen could arrive in such a short time. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Yi Shiwen had become even stronger. Gu Shiying couldn't help but be a little shocked. The place where the Confucian disciples were at was also not ordinary. It was an incomparably huge book mountain, and the book mountain had transformed into many immortal realms. It looked like a blessed land, but in reality, it was a terrifying battle fortress, and the fluctuations of activated formations could be seen at any time. This was also a very famous magic tool of the Confucian sect, the Book Mountain. This was a magic tool that many Confucians would refine, but the effects of each refinement were very different. This was because the things written in the Book Mountain were different, and the effects were also very different. Some people refined a book mountain that was like a bustling market, while others refined a book mountain that was like this, with dangerous mountains and precipitous ridges, like a real immortal realm. They were all different. This was also the embodiment of the great Tao in the minds of every Confucian disciple. Although it was the same magic tool, it could be refined into a myriad of different effects. And this book mountain was the book mountain that Gu Shiying had refined. It was very powerful, and the Confucian disciples could rely on it to sweep through everything. But at this time there were many other disciples on the book mountain in addition to the Confucian disciples, all of whom were helpers that the Confucian sect had invited this time. They were all old antiques of the sect, and their strength wasn't bad. Although they couldn't compare to old king-level sects like the Confucian sect, there were still many old antiques in the sect who were above the sage realm. When Gu Shiying saw Yi Shiwen, he first sighed with emotion. "Brother Yi, it seems that your strength has improved in a few years." He still couldn't be completely sure whether this was true, but from Yi Shiwen's aura, he seemed to have faintly become a little stronger. However, in his eyes, he had only become a little stronger. There were fortuitous encounters everywhere on the Kurfürst Road. Many people could become stronger in a short period of time. It was nothing strange. However, he had never expected that Yi Shiwen would make a complete breakthrough to another realm. He couldn't be mentioned in the same breath anymore. However, the stronger Yi Shiwen was, the better it would be for him, and the higher his chances of seizing the spring and autumn brush would be. Even with his strength, he did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to obtain the spring and autumn brush. His opponent was truly not weak. Yi Shiwen followed Gu Shiying all the way up. Originally, there was no road, but now there was a road extending to the feet of the two people. As the saying goes, there is a path in a mountain of books. Soon, the two arrived at the top of the mountain. Yi Shiwen glanced around. Apart from the disciples of the Confucian sect, he actually saw a few familiar faces. One of them was Mu Yunqi. After not seeing her for many years, Mu Yunqi's strength had greatly improved. Compared to many years ago, she could be said to have made great progress. She had actually reached the peak of the immortal level. Obviously, she had also obtained great benefits on the Kurfürst Road. Of course, it also depended on who she was compared to. Compared to Yi Shiwen, she was far inferior. Originally, her realm was similar to Yi Shiwen's, but now, the difference was like heaven and earth. Apart from Mu Yunqi, there were also a few disciples of the Hidden Valley. Although Yi Shiwen did not know them, he could distinguish the unique aura of the Hidden Valley's techniques. There were all kinds of people, but their auras were extremely ancient. Obviously, they were a few antiques who had cultivated for a very long time. In terms of cultivation, at most, they were similar to Mu Yunqi. For the current Yi Shiwen, it was not worth mentioning. Apart from the Hidden Valley, there were also some disciples of other sections. However, Yi Shiwen had never seen them before, and Yen Bai was entertaining them. Among these people, there was a young man dressed in a white robe with golden lines. He was tapping his folding fan with an impassioned look on his face. It's just a trifling spring and autumn brush. With this young master taking action, it won't be difficult at all. Yen Bai's complexion didn't look very good. This young man's words were like a slap to his face. If it wasn't difficult, then why would their Confucian sects go through so much trouble to find so many helpers? Wasn't this saying that they were incompetent? Miss Mu, I discovered that I've fallen in love with you since the moment I saw you. Can you give me a chance and become my wife? The young man suddenly turned to Mu Yunqi and said. Mu Yunqi's complexion slightly changed. It was obvious that this young man had been pestering her for a long time. If it weren't for his identity, she would have already berated him. Young Master Hahuan, others may not know you, but I know you. You already have 900 concubines. I don't know how many goddesses you've harmed. Now you're talking about true love. Don't you think it's ridiculous? At this time a young man walked out of the Hidden Valley and said with righteous indignation. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Yunqi frequently, as if hoping to attract her attention. Young Master Hahuan's expression instantly darkened, and he shouted coldly, Who do you think you are? How dare you ruin this young master's business? Swish! Young Master Hahuan took a step forward and attacked at lightning speed. The young man from the Hidden Valley didn't even have time to react before he was slapped and sent flying like a spinning top. A sudden change occurred. No one had expected that young Master Acacia would actually attack without any warning. Everyone from the Hidden Valley was flustered and exasperated. Young Master Hahuan was simply too much. He didn't take their Hidden Valley seriously at all. In other words, he didn't take them seriously at all. Although the Hidden Valley was a monarch sect with 7 king-ranked powerhouses, the Divine Union sect behind young Master Hahuan wasn't weak. They also had 8 king-ranked powerhouses, which was slightly stronger than the Hidden Valley. Speaking of the Joyful Union Divine sect, everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror. They were all very clear about their roots. The 8 king-ranked powerhouses of the Divine Union sect were a family. Apart from the sect master, Divine King Hahuan, the other 7 king-ranked powerhouses were his women. A family that could produce 8 king-ranked powerhouses could be considered unique. It was also because of this that the Divine Union sect was particularly united. At least, that was how it seemed to outsiders. This young Master Hahuan was one of Divine King Hahuan's sons. It wasn't a big deal, as Divine King Hahuan had tens of thousands of sons. Among them, there were more than 100 who had become gods. However, this young Master Hahuan was his favorite son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the name Hahuan. Although the Hidden Valley was on par with the Divine Union sect, these disciples could only be considered ordinary disciples. Their status couldn't be compared to young Master Hahuan. This was also the reason why Mu Yunqi had to tolerate him time and time again. Not only that, but young Master Hahuan's strength also far surpassed Mu Yunqi's. Young Master Hahuan, don't go too far! Mu Yunqi finally couldn't help but rebuke him. Too far? I'm too far? So what? I've never failed to get a woman I fancy. You'd better obediently follow me. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Young Master Hahuan's expression immediately changed. He completely took Mu Yunqi's words seriously. He was even planning to use force. Yen Bai, we came to help you at your invitation. Are you going to let him bully our Hidden Valley like this? Although our Hidden Valley has never produced an Empyrean emperor, we're not a place that anyone can bully. At this time, an old man of the Hidden Valley looked at Yen Bai and said angrily. His body was trembling, not from fear, but from anger. Before Yen Bai could speak, young Master Hahuan immediately stepped forward and said, So what? So what if I bully you? Young Master Hahuan, our Confucian sect won't allow you to act recklessly." Yan Bai glared angrily and said, he was upright by nature, had a fiery temper, and liked to be straightforward. However, he couldn't stand such behavior the most. It was simply an insult. They had invited the people of the Hidden Valley, but young Master Hahuan had forcibly followed them. Although they weren't afraid of trouble, they didn't want to offend the divine Hahuan sect. Therefore, they had let them in. Who would have thought that so many problems would arise? Humph! No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Young Master Hahuan coldly snorted. A huge dragon bed emerged behind him. Hundreds of beautiful women were rolling around on the dragon bed, stroking their hair coquettishly and exuding a kind of lascivious aura. This pink, lascivious aura fell on the bodies of many men present. Even though they were deities, they couldn't withstand the invasion of this aura. Their faces quickly turned red. Everyone circulated their internal energy to sweep away this kind of lascivious aura. Only then did they regain their clarity. Although it was only for a short while, it was enough to make them extremely shocked. With their firm minds, even if there were many lustful people among them, being lustful and being controlled by a lascivious aura were completely different. This dragon bed was extremely extraordinary. Looking at the hundreds of beautiful women lying on it, they were obviously controlled by this kind of lascivious aura and conquered by young Master Hahuan. Everyone's expression was extremely unsightly. But young Master Hahuan didn't feel anything wrong. On the contrary, he was extremely proud. Since the day he was born, he was already above hundreds of millions of people, and he never knew what it meant to give in. Even if everyone's eyes were unkind, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Could this be the divine Hahuan sect's top-grade artifact, the Yin-Yang bed? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Chapter 2573. Many people were shocked. There was a huge dragon bed in the Hahuan divine sect. It was the Yin-Yang bed. The Hahuan divine king did his business on this Yin-Yang bed every day. He indulged in debauchery every day. However, the cultivation technique of the Hahuan divine sect was very special. It could only be completed on the bed. No, it's not the Yin-Yang bed. If it was the Yin-Yang bed, it would be very difficult for us to get rid of that obscene aura. Someone immediately reacted. However, they also quickly understood that even if it wasn't the Yin-Yang bed, it was still an imitation instrument. Moreover, its grade wasn't low. Mu Yunqi's face flushed red with anger. Although she was just an ordinary high-ranking disciple of the Hidden Valley, she had the prestige of the Hidden Valley. No matter where she went, no one would dare to slight her. Who would have thought that she would encounter a hedonistic son of rich parents who didn't follow common sense? He did as he pleased and did whatever he wanted. He was simply lawless and out of control. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Since you don't have any objection, then let's do it here. What's done can't be undone. I will then propose marriage to your Hidden Valley. I think even that old bastard Flame Lord won't refuse. Young Master Hahuan sneered and said. He instantly made a move and grabbed with his palm. A lustful light was emitting from his palm. Mu Yunqi suddenly felt as if his whole body had been locked up and he couldn't dodge it at all. She was imprisoned by a powerful force. Mu Yunqi suddenly became anxious and shouted, "Our Hidden Valley won't let you off if you continue like this." Humph! I want to see how the Hidden Valley won't let me off. You are just an ordinary disciple. It's your blessing to be chosen by this young master in your previous life. You dare to refuse? You don't know what's good for you. Hahuan young master remained unmoved. Humph! A cold snort came from the void, and when Yan Bai heard this cold snort, his complexion completely changed, because he had already completely heard the identity of this person. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen was a disciple of the Hidden Valley. So, how could he possibly stand idly by when he saw a disciple of the Hidden Valley being humiliated? However, he also knew how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Young Master Concord's strength was pretty good. However, Yi Shiwen was only capable of committing crimes by relying on his strength that was similar to his own. His strength was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's. If this young Master Concord really provoked Yi Shiwen, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable. He might even lose his life. If it was someone else, he would definitely not think this way. He, Yan Bai, had always been a straightforward person and would not consider so much. However, this person was Yi Shiwen. This person was not only tyrannical in strength, but more importantly, this person was cruel and merciless. Yan Bai had seen how cruel and merciless he was before. Someone like Zhang Yan had disappeared without a trace in the end. Although he did not see Yi Shiwen kill Zhang Yan with his own eyes, how could he not guess it? Later on, they had secretly gathered information, but they did not find any news that Zhang Yan had already escaped. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that Zhang Yan had died in Yi Shiwen's hands. This Yi Shiwen was definitely a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Zhang Yan had merely schemed against him, and he wanted all the experts of the Battle Saint family to be buried with him. Of course, he did not know that the people of the Battle Saint family had all died in the mouths of those monsters, and had nothing to do with Yi Shiwen. If he allowed Yi Shiwen to attack unscrupulously, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he disliked this guy, he did not dare to let him be killed in his own territory. Otherwise, that old thing, Divine King Concord, would go crazy. Therefore, in that instant, Yan Bai directly attacked. His spring and autumn brush moved, and in an instant, an overwhelming righteous aura bloomed. He wrote the word destroy, and directly destroyed young Master Concord's big hand. What are you trying to do? Young Master Concord was instantly enraged. He never imagined that Yan Bai would really dare to attack him for an indifferent female disciple. One must know that although they were both from the regal sect, how could his status be the same as Mu Yunqi's? If you have something to say, then let's talk it out. I have already said that our Confucian sect will not allow you to attack here. This matter is over, and I will not pursue your responsibility. However, I will absolutely not allow you to attack as you wish. Yan Bai said with a cold face, regardless of whether it was due to emotion or reason. He would not allow young Master Concord to act recklessly. Otherwise, if news of this were to spread, their Confucian sect would lose all face and dignity in the future. Yan Bai, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, this young master will make you suffer. Young Master Concord said with a cold face. His expression alternated between green and white, and he was abnormally angry. Although Yan Bai was doing this for his own good, he would not appreciate it. In his opinion, he had been slapped in the face, ruthlessly slapped in the face. Since he was a child who had dared to slap him like this, it was simply preposterous. No, since this is our Confucian sect's territory, we will absolutely not allow this kind of bullying to happen. Yan Bai said. His body exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness. The most important thing for their Confucian sect was to be worthy of their 7 apertures, exquisite heart. They had to act on behalf of the heavens and act with awe-inspiring righteousness. Even if Yi Shiwen was not present, he would not allow such a thing to happen. However, he would not be in such a hurry. No, I didn't care at first, but now I want her. The dignity of our Divine Union sect cannot be abandoned. Young Master Concord said in a cold voice. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and his hair suddenly stood on end. The dignity of Divine Union sect? What dignity? Tell me. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally could not stand it anymore, and directly came out and said. Yan Bai's expression changed greatly. Yi Shiwen had finally come out. He did not seem to feel the slightest anger from Yi Shiwen, but he knew that the guy in front of him was not to be trifled with. Not only was his strength frighteningly strong, but most importantly, this guy was unscrupulous and ruthless. Young Master Concord seemed to be lawless, But in Yanbai's mind, he was not even worthy to carry Yi Shiwen's shoes. Look at what he had done, bullying people and taking advantage of women. This was the only thing he could do. But what did Yi Shiwen do? Not to mention the earth-shattering things like killing several sage realm pinnacle hundreds of years ago. He defeated Ao Chaozong, then later defeated Wu Ziyu, seriously injured Wu Zimo, and even saw Yi Shiwen kill Zhang Yan with his own eyes. Any one of these matters would be enough to cause a sensation. This was what an extremely ruthless big shot was like. He was originally not convinced by Yi Shiwen, but after Yi Shiwen beat him into submission, he no longer had those delusions occupying his mind, and suddenly became very clear. This person was not to be trifled with. He was not to be trifled with. Compared to Yi Shiwen, young Master Concord was nothing. If not for his identity, Yan Bai would not even be bothered to talk to him. Dragons do not dance with snakes, and tigers do not live with cats. This was the truth. Who was young Master Concord to be worthy of being friends with him? But at this time, young Master Concord did not know that Yan Bai was silently criticizing him and severely belittling him. Otherwise, with his pride, he would probably fight 300 rounds with Yan Bai before he was done. And who are you? Young Master Concord's expression became even more unfriendly. Did he not look at the almanac when he went out today? One thing after another did not go his way. Wasn't he just trying to snatch a woman? It was not the first time he had done it. Who would have thought that there would be people trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? And he ended up becoming the legendary villain. How could he feel good about it? Even if he was a villain, no one would think that he was a villain. I am also a disciple of the Hidden Valley. Yi Shiwen leisurely walked in front of young Master Concord. Brother Yi. Mu Yinshi looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. She never thought that Yi Shiwen would actually appear in this place. It was like a divine soldier had descended from the heavens. Since they separated more than 1,000 years ago, there was not much interaction between them. The gap between the two seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Mu Yinshi had only cultivated to the peak of the longevity realm, and her progress could be said to be very fast. But compared to Brother Yi, who came from the same sect, she was dwarfed. Both sides were like a little white pigeon and a soaring eagle. After a short interaction, there was no more interaction, but there was still a lot of contact with the monkey 10 Saints. She would also hear about Yi Shiwen's deeds from time to time through the younger generations of the Hidden Valley. She would also hear about his deeds from time to time. In her opinion, he would undoubtedly do earth-shattering deeds, one after another, and his reputation would grow bigger and bigger day by day. She knew very well that she was just an immortal level, and it would be even more difficult for her to meet him in the future. However, she had never expected that they would meet again in such a place. Yi Shiwen appeared like a divine soldier who had descended from the sky. The other disciples of the Hidden Valley were also moved, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if they were antiques and did not care about the affairs of the world, they had still heard about the emergence of 2 peerless figures in this generation, and one of them was Yi Shiwen. As for what he had done, there was no need for him to say it himself. Countless people had opened their mouths to say it. Regardless of whether they were disciples of the Flame Lord or not, at least they were disciples of the Hidden Valley at this time, and naturally they were united against outsiders. At this time, they all had relaxed looks on their faces. Although Yi Shiwen was a junior, his strength was obviously far beyond their imagination. They looked at young Master Concord with a faint provocation in their eyes. Come on, you can only bully old guys like us. Now that the most outstanding disciple of the Hidden Valley is here, continue to jump around if you have the ability. Chapter 2574. Deities were also divided into different levels. It was clear that these Hidden Valley people were not on the same level as Hahuan Gongzi. Whether it was status or strength, they were simply not on the same level. Whether they were willing or not, they could not erase this fact. But although they could not, the Hidden Valley had produced such an outstanding disciple. They were naturally full of confidence and were not afraid of Hahuan Gongzi. Although Hahuan Gongzi did not recognize Yixuan, he could see that he should also be a disciple of the Hidden Valley. His face was faintly unhappy and somewhat fierce. "Don't look for trouble," Hahuan Gongzi faintly threatened. "Look for trouble? I'd like to see what it's like to look for trouble." Yixuan's expression was slightly cold. He took a step forward, not the slightest bit afraid of Hahuan Gongzi. "Brother Yi, give me some face, don't fight here." Yan Bai stepped forward and said, "Yan Bai, do you want to protect this guy? Provoking our divine Hahuan sect will not be let off so easily." Hahuan Gongzi thought that Yan Bai wanted to protect this guy, so he immediately stepped forward and said in a sarcastic tone. Yan Bai's face darkened immediately. He was enraged. He was a straightforward person with a fiery temper. He had been patient for a few times. He didn't expect this Hahuan Gongzi to think he was afraid and wanted more. "Hahuan Gongzi, I am afraid that you will die. Do you think I am biased towards him?" Yan Bai immediately said in a sarcastic tone. Although it was difficult for him to imitate Hahuan Gongzi's words perfectly, the effect was already achieved. However, the effect had been achieved. Hahuan young master was immediately seething with anger. He thought highly of himself and was extremely dissatisfied with Yan Bai's favoritism towards Yixuan. But now, Yan Bai's words had made him even angrier. He was simply burning with rage. This was simply an unforgivable mistake. Who is this person? Many people began to whisper in their hearts. Although young Master Concord's reputation wasn't good, and he was a hedonistic son of rich parents, it was undeniable that he was very strong. With an expert like Divine King Concord as his backing, his strength wasn't bad at all. In fact, he even surpassed the vast majority of his peers. This was another important reason why young Master Concord was so arrogant. If he didn't have this foundation of strength, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant and despotic, even though he was God King Concord's most beloved son. Otherwise, he would be crushed to death by a few flustered and exasperated people. Even so, from Yan Bai's point of view, it was still this delicate-looking young man who was more powerful, and the fact that young Master Hahuan could still die was the real reason why everyone was shocked. Good, good, good. Then I want to see just how much ability he has to be so rampant. Young Master Hahuan said in a flustered and exasperated manner. He had been arrogant and despotic since the beginning of his career. Not to mention outside, even within the Divine Concord sect, he was equally arrogant. He was also incomparably arrogant towards the thousands of brothers and sisters in the sect. He had been hated, cursed behind his back, and cursed to his face, but he had never been looked down upon. Such a matter was simply a great humiliation. Young Master Concord suddenly let out a long and loud roar. His broad palm shook, and a lustful aura spread out in all directions. It turned into two huge Concord characters in the air, faintly resembling the scene of a man and a woman having intercourse. Countless principals were cheering in joy as they condensed and slapped down towards Yixuan. Young Master Concord angrily rushed out and didn't hold back in the slightest. Everyone cried out in alarm and gave way one after another. Only the people of the Confucian sect were unusually calm, as if they weren't worried at all. They had seen Yixuan's even more terrifying battles. A mere attack of this level was just a trifling matter. Yan Bai's face revealed a slight sneer. This young Master Concord was really tired of living. Yan Bai might have been wary of the relationship between the Confucian sect and the Divine Concord sect, and wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. But the one in front of him was a living god of death. Even Zhang Yan had been killed, let alone a mere young Master Concord. "Brother Yi, be careful!" Mu Yunqi suddenly cried out in alarm. The people of the Confucian sect had seen Yixuan's strength, so they weren't worried. However, she hadn't seen Yixuan for a long time, and her impression of him was that of thousands of years ago. Although she had heard of Yixuan's deeds, she had never seen him in action. so she naturally didn't know his true strength. But she was well aware of young Master Concord's strength, so she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. And just as her voice fell, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. His body shook, and suddenly, the entire space produced a huge vibration. This vibration caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The matrix on the mountain of books that Gu Shuriying had refined shattered one after another. It was completely useless. It couldn't stop him at all. Yi Shiwen just coldly snorted and pointed his finger. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. It seemed as if his finger had cut the world into two pieces. The terrifying finger strength had transformed into a formidable force, which directly swept across the sky and blew the two words of young Master Concord's harmonious union into two halves. The might of Yi Shiwen's severing heavenly finger was much more tyrannical than it had been in the past. Moreover, he didn't need to use any particularly powerful moves to deal with young Master He Huan with his current strength. Ordinary moves could be used to display earth-shattering might in front of his profound martial power. It was the same principle as Qiao Feng's founding ancestors' long fist that had rendered the group of heroes helpless. This is impossible. Huan young Master was taken aback when he saw that the two words Huan had been directly broken. His body retreated again and again to avoid Yi Shiwen's terrifying finger strength. He could see that Yi Shiwen's move wasn't too brilliant. At least, it couldn't be regarded as too brilliant in comparison to his current realm. It could only be regarded as ordinary. However, this ordinary martial technique had displayed an earth-shattering might and had even broken his brilliant martial technique. He recalled that his father, God King Concord, had once told him a point. It was that one man could defeat 10 men with sheer strength. It wasn't that he didn't understand this truth. To be able to cultivate to his current realm, his martial arts wisdom was absolutely not low. However, the problem was that he had never thought that a guy with a lower realm than him would be able to overcome 10 with absolute strength. Shouldn't this be done by someone with high strength against someone with low strength? Could it be that Yi Shiwen's strength is higher than mine? How is this possible? Young Master Concord was referring to this matter when he said that it was impossible. Humph! Yi Shiwen sneered and took a step forward. He directly arrived in front of young Master Concord and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a terrifying finger force sealed the world. It directly traversed the world, like a huge cage, sealing everything. Yi Shiwen's whole body gushed out a formidable magical power, filling the world. It was truly a boundless magical power and matchless magical power. Many gods in the surroundings were forced to retreat again and again, even under the protection of the array formation. The scene created by Yi Shiwen's attack was truly terrifying. As soon as he attacked, there was a terrifying scene of him suppressing everyone with his strength alone. Yi Shiwen's finger had suppressed all resistance. The obscene aura exuding from young Master Concord's body simply couldn't withstand the sweep of Yi Shiwen's terrifying finger strength. It crumbled inch by inch, disintegrated, and melted into the world. Young Master Concord suddenly felt an incomparably formidable power locking him down. That finger seemed to have become the incarnation of the world, containing the supreme power of heaven and earth, suppressing all directions. I don't care who you are. You dare to play tricks in front of this young master? You're courting death. Young Master Huan was infuriated. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. One must know that he had been played by someone with a lower cultivation base than him. To him, this was a complete humiliation. How could he let this go? Bang! Suddenly, the lascivious aura on his body suddenly became even more intense. The rich, lascivious aura even took the form of a liquid. It rushed towards Yi Shiwen in an attempt to affect his mind. Idiot, can this level of power affect me? Yi Shiwen sneered. Even without the protection of the enlightening mind ancient tree, he was not afraid of this lascivious aura. it was still far from being able to affect his mind. Bang! Yi Shiwen's heaven imprisoning finger continued to fall. However, young Master Concord's body unexpectedly exuded a pink, lascivious aura that blocked his heaven imprisoning finger. Yi Shiwen fixed his eyes on it and suddenly understood. If it wasn't the joyous dragon bed, then what was it? It was the joyous dragon bed that had blocked Yi Shiwen's heaven imprisoning finger. Otherwise, young Master Concord would have already been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen discovered that the power of his heaven imprisoning finger had begun to be absorbed by the joyous dragon bed. The more power it absorbed, the more tyrannical the imposing aura of young Master Concord became. It swept out and caused Yi Shiwen's clothes to flutter in the wind. Ha ha ha, don't you feel it? This is the ability of the joyous dragon bed. No matter what kind of attack you use, it is impossible to break the defense of the joyous dragon bed. All the energy will become nutrients for me, making me even more powerful. Young Master Concord laughed and said in an incomparably savage manner. His complexion became even more ferocious, but there was a hint of joy in his expression. It seemed as if he wanted to prove to everyone that their eyes were blind. They had actually thought that Yi Shiwen could win. It was simply a big joke. This is all thanks to you. It is because of you that I have become even more powerful. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Concord's aura was becoming more and more powerful with every passing second. He was like a giant beast from the abyss, devouring everything. All the energy was being swallowed by him. I want to see how much you can swallow. Chapter 2575. This person can't do anything to young Master Hahuan. The Hahuan dragon bed is really amazing. Although this joyous union dragon bed is only a replica, its grade will be extremely high and its power will be even more tyrannical. It can even block such an attack and completely transform it into its own power. It's simply unimaginable. If this goes on, won't he be invincible? No matter who fights with him, he will be able to absorb their strength. It seems like the rumor that Divine King Concord dotes on this son the most, and that young Master Concord has obtained all the true inheritance, should be true. The joyous union dragon bed really has an advantage in cultivation that others can't compare to. Everyone was shocked to see that the Hahuan dragon bed was able to easily block Yi Shiwen's attack. Even Yan Bai was a bit surprised. He didn't expect young Master Hahuan to have such a trump card. As he absorbed more and more of Yi Shiwen's power, the magic power of young Master Concord's whole body skyrocketed. The Lingqi of the world was being absorbed, forming a huge whirlpool and storm. Countless principles also became active in an instant. It was as if all the gods and devils in the sky were projected onto his body at this moment. At this moment, he was the invincible overlord of the world, dominating everything. I would like to see how much you can swallow, Yi Shiwen indifferently said. The heaven imprisoning finger continued to crush down as if it was endless. No matter how much young Master Hahuan absorbed, it didn't waver in the slightest, as if he couldn't feel his power being absorbed by young Master Hahuan. Ha ha ha! It's useless, no matter how much magical power you have. I will absorb it cleanly, young Master Hahuan proudly said. Then, in a flash, he took the initiative to launch an attack. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. His hand suddenly made a tearing motion and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen's chest, intending to tear Yi Shiwen into two halves. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he exchanged two blows with him. Both sides were equally matched. It seemed that there was no winner or loser. At that time, young Master Concord was still not satisfied and continued to launch attacks towards Yi Shiwen. But soon, he discovered the problem, because the heaven imprisoning finger was still transmitting a steady stream of magic power to Yi Shiwen without any signs of stopping. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen would soon run out of magic power and the heaven imprisoning finger would soon dissipate. But now, it seemed that the heaven imprisoning finger didn't dissipate at all. On the contrary, it was constantly condensing. He had actually reached the upper limit of what he could absorb. This was incredible. If he continued to absorb at this rate, he would definitely report it. How did he do it? Huan young master opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Xuan. It seemed as if he had encountered the most inconceivable thing in his life. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Xuan's. Even if a low-level expert could rely on some magical tools or magical martial arts to contend against a high-level expert, but he had never heard of someone whose magic power was more profound than his. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone soon discovered that something was wrong with young Master Concord because he didn't seem to be taking advantage of the situation to attack. It seemed as if he was resisting something. Soon, everyone saw that young Master Concord's clothes began to bulge and his complexion began to turn red. It seemed as if he was suffering from constipation. Yan Bai and Gu Shiying had profound skills and were the first to see the problem. Young Master Concord couldn't absorb any more? The gazes of the two instantly turned towards Yi Xuan, as if they had seen a monster. If Yi Xuan was simply strong, then it would have been fine, but his magic power was actually so profound. His cultivation level was obviously much lower than that of young Master Huan, but he was actually able to push young Master Huan to this point. It was clear that he wanted to stuff him to death. If young Master Concord didn't think of a way to solve this problem, then he would certainly be stuffed to death by Yi Xuan. Everyone also discovered the problem at this time and were even more surprised in their hearts. What kind of joke was this? Not only was Yi Xuan causing young Master Concord to explode, but he himself didn't seem to have the slightest lack of magic power. On the contrary, it seemed as if his magic power was profound and he wasn't even panting. How could young Master Concord endure this? It was simply a slap in the face. Moreover, they also felt that Yi Xuan's martial power was profound to what extent? If it was an ordinary person, then they would have already exhausted their magic power and died. They wouldn't have dared to confront the young Master Concord dragon bed. In this regard, they could only say that Yi Xuan was indeed a freak. One simply couldn't use the standards of a normal person to measure this guy. Bang! A huge explosion rang out. Young Master Conhuan finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body exploded, unable to hold on at all. He turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. It was an extremely tragic scene. Ah! A scream came from the aftermath of this endless explosion. In the midst of the terrifying shock waves, a figure jumped out. It was young Master Concord. Young Master Concord no longer had the arrogant appearance of a moment ago. On the contrary, he was incomparably embarrassed. Just now, in front of everyone, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had completely exploded. Although he had reassembled, it was needless to say that the damage to his body was extremely great. At this time, he looked at Yi Xuan with a bit of fear in his eyes. This was true fear. Facing Yi Xuan, he finally felt the feeling of the current Yan Bai. It was unfathomable, as if he could never reach the bottom. Yi Xuan had easily broken his most prided technique, as if his technique was simply child's play in front of Yi Xuan. How could this not make him feel fear? This is a little interesting, but that's it. I want to see how much the dignity of your young Master Concord Divine Sect is worth. Yi Xuan sneered and issued a long roar. In an instant, his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings. He flew into the sky and then swooped down towards young Master Concord. Young Master Concord's kingdom was simply not a match for Yi Xuan. It unexpectedly broke apart and couldn't even block Yi Xuan's attack. Young Master Concord didn't even have time to react. Just as he was in shock, Yi Xuan had already arrived in front of him. His divine kingdom had completely collapsed. This pressure was not something that could be easily resisted. How can he be so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Young Master Concord's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone crazy. He simply couldn't accept this matter. With his strength, he could run amok among his peers. Even if he was slightly inferior, he shouldn't have been beaten without any strength to fight back. Looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, it was clear that he was very relaxed and didn't seem to have used his full strength. This further stimulated his self-esteem. On his body, the joyous dragon bed instantly flew out and burst out with a piercing ray of light, which rushed towards Yi Shiwen's face to kill him. Young Master Concord's dragon bed had unexpectedly ignited. Even so, he still wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. One could well imagine how much he hated Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to repair such a divine tool once it was ignited. The price would be very high. Is this all you've got? Break for me. A huge ray of light erupted from Yi Shiwen's hand. Boundless sword intention condensed, soared into the sky, and suddenly chopped down. Rumble. Yi Shiwen's ruler's sword intention seemed to dominate everything in the world. It directly collided with young Master Concord's dragon bed. Two terrifying forces rippled out and turned into shock waves. Too strong. How can he be so strong? I can't even get close to him. Someone exclaimed. These people were directly pushed away and couldn't get close to Yi Shiwen. The entire book mountain was also violently shaking. The dazzling rays of light made many people unable to open their eyes. Yan Bai and Gu Shiying also looked at each other in dismay. They seemed to see the shock in each other's eyes. They were thoroughly shocked. After not seeing Yi Shiwen for a few years, it seemed that Yi Shiwen had become stronger and more skillful. It was obvious that young Master Concord had used his full strength, but Yi Shiwen was still leisurely and hadn't used his full strength. With such a comparison, it was simply too obvious. They had originally overestimated Yi Shiwen's strength, but now they discovered that they had underestimated Yi Shiwen too much. Suddenly, in the midst of such a collision, a huge explosion sounded. Everyone stared at the source of the explosion. Unexpectedly, the invincible, joyous dragon bed began to disintegrate inch by inch under the pressure of Yi Shiwen's ruler's sword intent. There were even pitiful screams coming from inside the bed. This was the joyous dragon bed's tool spirit. After absorbing the essence of countless women, the joyous dragon bed had already formed a tool spirit. Moreover, it was constantly growing stronger, but it was completely useless. Under the pressure of Yi Shiwen's ruler's sword intent, even the body of the joyous dragon bed had collapsed. Boom! Finally, the dragon bed directly collapsed, turning into gravel in the sky and scattering in the wind. Then, this amazing ruler's sword intention didn't lose its momentum and directly chopped down on young Master Concord's body. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. This Yi Shiwen really dared to make a move. At this time, everyone remembered what Yan Bai had said before. He had said that young Master He Huan might die. This was not a bluff. It was something that would really happen. Having the strength was one thing, but having the courage was another. It was obvious that Yi Shiwen had the strength and courage to do so. Once God King Concord learned that his most beloved son had died, it would be an unimaginable horror. It would cause a great upheaval in all directions. Old man, save me. Chapter 2576. Old man, save me. At the most critical moment, young Master Concord roared in despair. Sigh. An old sigh came from the void. Then a skinny claw came out of the void and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's Dominator's sword will. Yi Shiwen's Dominator's sword will had already been greatly weakened because it had cut through the Concord dragon bed. It was easily torn to pieces by this skinny claw. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. When the dust settled, everyone finally reacted. They all felt a sense of relief. If they had seen young Master Concord being killed with their own eyes, the scene would have been too exciting. That kind of sour feeling was simply unbelievable. With God King Concord's lawless personality, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? More importantly, it was very likely that he would vent his anger on them. The Confucian sect was powerful and had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Their strength was unfathomable. As a regal sect, God King Concord might not dare to act against them, but it would be much easier for him to deal with them. In other words, when these immortals fought, they, the mortals, would suffer. They couldn't help but look at Yi Shiwen with fear in their eyes. They weren't afraid of strength, but they were afraid of this kind of cruel and merciless person who didn't care about the rules. It seemed that the rules were nothing to him. If he said he would kill you, then he would really kill you. This kind of person wasn't the best to provoke. However, they had witnessed everything. This is really too *king exciting. Gu Shiying and Yan Bai's expressions were extremely ugly. Someone had actually appeared in front of them without them noticing. What would happen if he came with hostility? Of course, it wasn't that they didn't know anything. It was just that this person was relatively far away. Now that he had entered the mountain of books, they immediately discovered him. Thinking of this, the two's expressions became much better. Yi Shiwen seemed to have already expected this. Or rather, he had already sensed the existence of that person. He wasn't surprised. He withdrew his hand and looked at the void with a deep gaze, as if he could see through everything. "Young man, don't go overboard." An old and proud voice came from the void. "Overboard? If he wants to kill me, it's not a big deal. But if I want to kill him, is that too much?" Yi Shiwen faintly asked. He couldn't help but sneer, as if he had seen a big joke. "That is indeed the case. I believe that you should be very clear about his status in our joyful union, divine sect." The old voice echoed from the void. "This is too much. The joyful union sect has gone too far. How could the people of the Hidden Valley not understand?" They were afraid that other experts of the Acacia Divine sect had also joined in. However, even if they wanted to bully others, they shouldn't bully others like this. It was fine if young Master Acacia bullied them, but if they wanted to retaliate, then it would be wrong. Did they really think that their Hidden Valley was so easy to bully? "It's none of my business." Yi Shiwen coldly glanced at him and said. The Hidden Valley disciples immediately felt extremely refreshed. That's right, no matter how high young Master Acacia's status in the Acacia Divine sect was, it had nothing to do with them. None of their business. Yi Shiwen's foot stepped on young Master Acacia's body as if he was stepping on a dead dog. Young Master Acacia screamed again and again, but he couldn't break free. Yi Shiwen's strength was astonishing. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although your strength is good, but in front of this old man, you are still far behind. Being so arrogant at such a young age is not good. Whether a genius can grow up or not is still a problem." The old voice said coldly. Everyone could hear the strong threat in his voice. Obviously, if Yi Shiwen didn't listen to him, then he might not be able to grow up. In fact, it was very likely that he would die prematurely. Many people secretly cursed at how despicable he was. He had actually arranged for such an expert to protect him in secret. Divine King Concord had thought of everything that needed to be thought of. This old man was probably very strong and was enough to protect young Master Concord's safety in the Kurfürst Road. Coupled with young Master Acacia's own strength, as long as he didn't provoke those monstrous geniuses, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to escape unscathed. Can't grow up? All you can do is bully the younger generation. Have you been living your life like a dog all these years? If I only had this little cultivation at your age, I might as well commit suicide out of shame," Yi Shiwen said unceremoniously. Although the crowd couldn't see the change in the expression of the person in the void, they could feel that his entire aura had begun to solidify. It was as if the air had solidified all of a sudden. It was completely imaginable how furious the person in the void was. One shouldn't hit people in the face, and one shouldn't expose people's shortcomings when scolding people. Yi Shiwen just had to hit people in the face and expose their shortcomings. It was simply a great humiliation. The old man's cultivation wasn't bad, so it wasn't embarrassing. Of course, This also depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Yi Shiwen, there was no comparison at all. Yi Shiwen had reached this realm in only a few thousand years, so this slap in the face was resounding. "Forget it! Forget it!" An old voice came from the void, but it didn't contain the slightest emotion. It was full of killing intent. "Originally, I didn't want to bother with a junior because of the Flame Lord, but since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Flame Lord's reputation? Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to him?" Yi Shiwen's expression changed as he said. When he mentioned the Flame Lord, he finally began to be moved. It was because the Flame Lord had always given him too much help. Many times, it was the Flame Lord who helped him in crucial breakthroughs. He might not feel much about the Hidden Valley, but when it came to the Flame Lord, he couldn't help but be moved. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The voice in the void was really angry to the point of bursting out. "Come out, you sneaky ghost. Who do you think you are?" Yi Shiwen instantly attacked and blasted a punch towards the void. The sky was blasted into fragments, and a human figure was revealed from within. Everyone looked over, and it turned out to be a strange old man. This old man was wearing a yellow robe, but the strange thing about him was that half of his body had decayed. The remaining half was simply skin and bones. It was extremely ugly, like a demon from hell. This person, could he be the withered old man under Divine King Concord? At this moment, Gu Shiring thought for a moment and seemed to recognize the origin of the old man in front of her. She quickly reminded Yi Shiwen. Hee, I didn't expect that after so many years of seclusion, there would still be a junior who would recognize me. That's right, I am the withered old man. The old man had a smile on his face, but half of his face was rotten and the other half was withered, so he looked extremely hideous. Senior, it's really inappropriate for a senior like you to bully a junior. Gu Shiring stepped forward and said. If it was just young Master Concord, he naturally had nothing to worry about. With Yi Shiwen's strength, he could crush him. What happened just now had completely proved his guess. However, if compared to the withered old man, there was no comparison at all. It wasn't that Yi Shiwen was too weak, but the withered old man's reputation was too great. Before he became a god, he had heard all kinds of rumors about the withered old man. Later, the withered old man seemed to have offended some powerhouse, so he went into seclusion. After that, no one had seen him again. He didn't expect that the former powerhouse had already surrendered to Divine King Concord, and even became a subordinate of young Master Concord. Gu Shiring, for the sake of the Confucian sect, I didn't bother with you juniors. However, you better not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The withered old man immediately turned hostile. Killing intent was released from his body. Yi Shiwen's words just now had completely enraged him. You shouldn't hit people in the face. But Yi Shiwen had specifically slapped his face. He was already furious, and he had to kill Yi Shiwen. In any case, if anything happened, there was still Divine King Concord. With the matter of young Master Concord, he didn't believe that Divine King Concord would ignore this matter. Today, no one can save this brat. He really has no limits to his arrogance. He deserves to die. The withered old man said coldly, Yi Shiwen, leave quickly. We'll stop him here. He won't dare to do anything to us. Gu Shiring hurriedly said to Yi Shiwen, a veteran powerhouse like the withered old man wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even in a place like the Kurfürst Road, which was full of powerhouses, he was still a first-rate powerhouse. Leave? Ha 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 ha. I, the withered old man, have never failed to kill anyone I wanted to kill. The withered old man's face twitched, looking incomparably ferocious. His aura was released to the maximum, locking down the surroundings. It was as if every place was locked down by him, suppressing everything. You people of the Confucian sect actually dare to help him? Then don't blame me for being impolite. I might as well take care of you all together. The withered old man said coldly. He was confident that he could kill these juniors. "Withered old man, don't go too far." Gu Shiring immediately said coldly. She was very anxious. The spring and autumn brush had already appeared in Gu Shiring's hand, ready to attack at any time. Yan Bai, who was next to her, was also preparing. Even the disciples of the Confucian sect were on their guard. They could ignore the threats of others, but they couldn't ignore an old antique like the withered old man, a veteran powerhouse. "How am I going too far?" "You have to protect the person I want to kill. Just this alone is a crime punishable by death. It seems that I haven't walked the world for too long. You've all forgotten how terrifying I am." The withered old man said with a sinister smile, "You're just an old thing with one foot in the grave. You still have the nerve to talk about being someone's dog?" Chapter 25:77. You're just an old man with one foot in the grave. How dare you say you're a dog? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Shiwen had once again ruthlessly slapped the old man's face. This old man was already stamping with rage. If he continued to provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Good, good, good. I haven't seen such an arrogant kid in a long time. This should be the last time I see you. The old man's face was completely distorted. His whole body was trembling. He was probably about to explode from Yi Shiwen's anger. He was completely enraged. "Today, none of you will leave." The old man's hands shook, and the space was suddenly sealed. A skinny claw instantly came down. "Old man, this is not a place for your arrogance," Gu Shiring said with an ugly expression. He took a step forward and actually fought with the old man. In an instant, they had clashed thousands of times. The old man looked inconspicuous, but his strength was extraordinary. He was able to force Gu Shiring, who had the spring and autumn brush, back with his bare hands. Gu Shiring's expression became even worse. With his strength, he couldn't do anything to the withered old man. Among the experts of this generation, he was already a first-rate expert. But compared to a veteran like the withered old man, there was still such a large gap. For many people, they were already high above unsurpassable miracles. But for the old antiques, they were indeed qualified and had the strength to say that they had not grown up yet. As soon as they started fighting, they could clearly feel the gap in strength between them. Yan Bai, who was on the side, was ready to attack at any time. The other Confucian disciples were almost the same. This old man was too terrifying. He was not an existence that they could fight alone. Do you regret it now? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret now. The old man sneered. Originally, he had been afraid of the Hidden Valley and the Confucian sect, these two king-ranked sections. Any one of them could easily destroy him. However, he had changed his mind. He wanted to seize the spring and autumn brush. When the time came, he could borrow the spring and autumn brush's artifact spirit, as well as the King Dao laws contained within it. With its accumulation, it could transform into a king-ranked expert. At that time, he would be able to establish his own sect with ease. These two sects would not be able to threaten him. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he began to have some fanaticism. A decaying aura emanated from the withered old man's body. He mainly cultivated the decaying nomological laws, which was why he had turned himself into such a ghastly state. However, he had already made up his mind. As long as he entered the king-ranked realm, his decaying nomological laws would be perfected. At that time, he would be able to naturally return to his origins and would no longer have to live in this world in such a ghastly state. That terrifying decaying aura seemed to have turned into a boundless hell. Countless terrifying ghosts and rotten corpses manifested within it. This was an abyss divine kingdom, and it was also the martial path that the withered old man had condensed that belonged solely to him. What's there to be afraid of? It's just an old dog with one foot in the grave. Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest fear. He just took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "You don't have to worry. Just leave this place to me." You Even though Yi Shiwen had always been a miracle in Gu Shiring's heart, he still didn't believe it at this time. It was not that he didn't want to believe Yi Shiwen, but the withered old man was too strong. He estimated that even if Yi Shiwen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. The withered old man was not at the same level at all. There was only a small realm difference, but the gap between them was enough to turn the world upside down. "Brother Yi, how can you still be in the mood to joke at this time? This old guy is hard to deal with. Why don't we join forces?" Yan Bai's personality was more direct, so he immediately said, in his opinion, this was the safest way. "Joke? Do you think I'm joking? Then watch how I get rid of this old dog." Yi Shiwen didn't explain much. He suddenly stepped on the ground and instantly released a terrifying power. A dreadful power rippled out. This was an unimaginable power. The entire world trembled, and the Concord young master who was under his feet actually exploded under his foot in the blink of an eye. An endless amount of power surged into his body, causing him to be unable to withstand it in an instant. He exploded and turned into a mist of blood again. But this time, he was not as lucky as before. His primordial spirit was directly destroyed by the stomp. There was no way for him to revive. "Ah!" The whole sky was filled with young master, He Huan screams. Everyone was shocked. Yi Shiwen really killed young master He Huan. He was ruthless. Some people felt like fainting. They were going crazy. They couldn't imagine how furious Divine King He Huan would be after learning of young master He Huan's tragic death. Young master He Huan was very favored by Divine King He Huan. There were even rumors that Divine King He Huan would pass the Divine Union sect to young master He Huan in the future. Now that young master He Huan had fallen here, it would be a huge earthquake. Even the people of the Hidden Valley were no exception. At that time, the Hidden Valley and the Joyful Union Divine Sect would not be able to escape. Although the Kurfürst Road was like this, and even monstrous geniuses could fall, how many people would be able to accept it when it really happened? The withered old man, went completely crazy. Yi Shiwen had killed young master He Huan. This was not only a slap to his face, but it was also forcing him to flee for his life. He was sent by God King He Huan to protect young master He Huan, but now he failed to do so. It was easy to imagine how big of an uproar it would cause once this news spread. He didn't know if God King He Huan would find trouble with the Hidden Valley, but he was sure that he wouldn't let him off. He had provoked such a formidable enemy for no reason at all. And this was all because of Yi Shiwen's fault. He was simply mad with anger. Go to hell! He had completely lost his mind. With a loud roar, a terrifying power was completely released, forming a huge, rotten corpse kingdom. It was incomparably powerful. In an instant, this divine kingdom enveloped Yi Shiwen. Shred into pieces. Countless rotten corpses and malicious ghosts pounced on Yi Shiwen. Humph! Yi Shiwen coldly snorted and released the power in his body completely. The power that he had just cultivated was completely released. Countless sword ki gushed out of his pores and formed a sword dragon, which protected him inside, rising up and down. The rotten corpses and malicious ghosts that pounced on him were all strangled by the sword chi of this sword dragon. They could not get close to Yi Shiwen at all. It completely resisted the divine kingdom of the withered old man without any pressure. So strong! Yan Bai could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, although he was aware that he had overestimated Yi Shiwen's strength. But now it seemed that he had not fully grasped Yi Shiwen's strength. He was afraid that it was not as simple as it seemed. Gu Shiring's eyes were also constantly flashing with horror. Although she did not say anything, the shock in her heart was naturally needless to say. She had personally fought with the withered old man just now. She knew how powerful the withered old man was. It was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And Yi Shiwen, who was not at a disadvantage, was also unfathomable. No wonder he dared to speak so rudely before. Now it seemed that it was not because he had lost his head and was arrogant, but because he had the strength to say such words. Mu Yunxi looked at Yi Shiwen's powerful figure. She could not help but feel happy and a little sad. She was happy that Yi Shiwen was strong and naturally did not have to worry about the threat of the withered old man. She was sad that perhaps from now on, the gap between them would only grow larger. With Yi Shiwen's current performance, as long as there were no accidents, it was a sure thing that he would be crowned king in the future. And she might not be able to cultivate to the sage plane even if she trained for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was possible that they would never cross paths again. And Yi Shiwen's strength even made the withered old man's expression change slightly. He had thought that with his strength at the peak of the sage plane, it would be absolutely easy to deal with a junior. He never expected that this junior would have so many trump cards and would not be so easy to deal with. Yi Shiwen's sword dragon grew larger and larger. It roared continuously and swept across, causing the entire divine kingdom to tremble. Cracks appeared and countless rotten corpses and vengeful spirits all collapsed in an instant. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Although the entire divine kingdom was quickly repaired under the withered old man's management, this was not a very good sign. At the very least, the divine kingdom alone could not suppress Yi Shiwen. He immediately decided to attack directly. He turned his palm over, and instantly a ritual implement appeared in his hand. It was a powerful bone blade that was entwined with an endless aura of decay. Countless decaying rules were entwined on the bone blade, flying up and down, directly tearing the sky. Those decaying rules were like saw teeth covering the bone blade, and then it directly slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Wallalala! Wherever the bone blade passed, the sky shattered into a black crack, spreading towards Yi Shiwen fiercely, followed by a shocking blade aura. The terrible, decaying blade aura spread out, causing the entire book mountain to tremble. Countless matrices were instantly stimulated, and for a moment, the entire book mountain was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen. Although they had long been prepared, when they saw the blade for real, everyone could not help but hold their breath. That blade was too shocking, and the withered old man was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen. He was not like when he fought with Gu Shiring before, where he still held back. Chapter 2578. With this slash, I'll turn you into rot. The withered old man grinned. Gods themselves were immortal existences. The nature of decay would never appear on a god. However, this slash actually wanted to make the indestructible god fall into decay. One could imagine how powerful it was. In an instant, a huge cage appeared in the sky. The blade directly chopped down on Yi Shiwen's body. The decaying aura gushed out and submerged Yi Shiwen's entire body. The decaying blade emitted a tyrannical aura and spread out. The withered old man revealed an ugly and sinister smile. He was very clear about how terrifying his slash was. Even those peerless evildoers would be flustered if they were accidentally hit by his slash. Not to mention a mere junior who wanted to challenge him. He was simply courting death. It was also a high-grade divine tool, but the decaying blade was more powerful. How could this be? Yi Shiwen didn't even dodge and was directly slashed. He's dead for sure, someone exclaimed. Although they weren't facing the terror of this slash, they could feel it. If they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, this slash would be enough to kill them instantly. Do it! Interrupt his casting. Gu Shiring's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth and yelled. If this old thing killed Yi Shiwen, then the rest of them would be in trouble. This old thing was obviously crazy. He even dared to kill these Confucian disciples. If he saved Yi Shiwen, then he would have a powerful helper. Before Gu Shiring could finish speaking, the Confucian sect disciples erupted with a boundless righteous energy. They began to chant the song of righteousness, forming a powerful projection in the sky. This was the projection of the boundless righteous energy, and it was extremely powerful. In an instant, thousands of laws condensed in the hands of the phantom and formed a torrent that blasted towards the withered old man. "You want to fight me with just you?" The withered old man grinned. The decaying blade continued to crush Yi Shiwen. However, on the other side, his big hand directly grabbed out. The torrent of overwhelming righteousness was directly grabbed by him. It couldn't get close to him at all. On the contrary, he actually launched a counterattack. His decaying aura turned into countless rotten corpses and malicious spirits that rushed out and rushed towards the Confucian disciples. Even the people who weren't disciples of the Confucian school were completely dumbfounded. This was the power of the senior generation, ignoring the king-level experts and freakishly talented geniuses. This was the peak fighting prowess of the old-timers, and was the most common type. The withered old man wasn't one of those monstrous geniuses, but he was already able to single-handedly fight against so many people. The Confucian disciples actually couldn't do anything to him. It should be known that the martial arts of the Confucian disciples were also well known in the heavens and the myriad realms. They were even more powerful when they joined forces, and with outstanding disciples like Gu Shiying and Yan Bai presiding over them, they still couldn't do anything to the withered old man. At this time, Yan Bai also directly attacked. As soon as he attacked, he directly used the spring and autumn brush to write the word thunder in the void. This word instantly turned into a torrent of thunder and lightning in the void. It directly crashed down and formed a torrent of thunder that blasted towards the withered old man. Yan Bai was very clear that the withered old man cultivated the laws of the dark side, so he was most afraid of the thunder attribute laws. Although he didn't cultivate the thunder attribute laws, he could use the spring and autumn brush to write it, which was an extremely powerful magical power. And Gu Shiying also used the spring and autumn brush to point out countless ancient characters in the sky. This was an ancient divine text that was in accordance with the great Tao. Just the written characters alone were incomparably powerful, and they also fell like raindrops. Together with Yan Bai, they directly attacked the withered old man. It's a pity. If it was a great scholar of the same realm as me, he might be able to restrain me. But with just you two kids, you're still far from it. The withered old man grinned, but he was not afraid of the attacks of these two people at all. His body constantly spewed out the aura of decay, and he faced the attacks of the two people. Rumble! The attacks of both sides collided in the sky continuously, forming a huge vortex that swept out. Not only did the divine kingdom that the withered old man spread out not reduce, but it continued to expand, forming a decaying hell. The disciples of the other sects retreated because even Book Mountain was not safe. Under Gu Shiying's control, many of the arrays on Book Mountain were also activated, rushing towards the withered old man. At this time, they only understood how terrifying the withered old man was. Correspondingly, Yi Shiwen, who was able to fight against him just now, was probably also ridiculously strong. But there was no point in saying this now. Yi Shiwen was cut by the decaying blade, and it was only a matter of time before he died. Damn it! Gu Shiying was furious, but it was of no use at all. Even if they joined forces, they could not break in. Even if most of the withered old man's power was used on Yi Shiwen, the remaining power was enough to block their joint attack. No one can save him today, and neither can you. When I kill him, all of you will die. The withered old man laughed wildly. His eyes were red, and his rationality had been completely swallowed up. He had been angered to death by Yi Shiwen several times. Can't save me? I don't need anyone to save me at all. At this time, a sword light suddenly slashed out from the aura of decay. In an instant, it broke the aura of decay that the withered old man had added to his body. It could not do anything to Yi Shiwen at all. Yi Shiwen, you're fine? Yan Bai said in shock. Although this was the ending he wanted to see the most, it was still completely unbelievable when he saw it for himself. What a joke! Even when they joined forces, they could not do anything to the withered old man. Yi Shiwen actually took the attack unscathed. Yi Xuan's body spewed out more and more sword lights, like a tornado, sweeping away the aura of decay. All of a sudden, it disappeared completely. At this time, everyone finally saw that when the blade slashed down, it was actually caught by Yi Xuan. Moreover, he caught the blade of decay with his bare hands. The aura of decay emitted by the blade of decay could not even break the divine power on the surface of Yi Xuan's body. It could only linger outside. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. This was already beyond the limit of their understanding. Could a person use his body to resist a high-grade divine tool? How was this possible? He was simply a monster. Boom! On Yi Xuan's body, the infinite sword energy exploded, and the rotten blade that had slashed on Yi Xuan's body began to show signs of fragmentation, and cracks began to appear. Ah! The withered old man roared in pain. He did not know how long his blade of decay had been refined and how many materials he had collected for tens of thousands of years to finally be refined. Now, there were actually cracks on it. Just one crack was enough to make him die of heartache, let alone so many. He quickly retracted the blade of decay. His reaction was extremely fast, and he withdrew it like lightning. His eyes were also filled with disbelief. Why did his decaying laws have no effect on Yi Xuan? Even if they were both at the peak of the sage realm, he was confident that it would have a great effect. If directly hit, even a sage realm divine master would be corroded and decomposed. Yi Xuan had actually taken it and scathed. "You want to leave now? It's a little too late." Yi Xuan shouted and took a step forward. His figure rushed towards the withered old man like lightning, and he actually launched a counterattack. The withered old man's divine kingdom of decay could not stop him at all. It could not even make him pause. What was even more strange was that the decaying laws actually moved aside, making a path for Yi Xuan. It was as if Yi Xuan was also the master of the decaying laws. If anyone were to pay attention, they would notice that the decaying laws were also emerging from Yi Xuan's body, causing the decaying laws of the withered old man's divine kingdom to be unable to affect him. In that short period of time, he had used the mysterious space to break down the withered old man's laws. Although it could not be said that he had completely understood them, the withered old man's decaying laws had no effect on him. Otherwise, he would not have delayed for so long. All of this was because the withered old man was too confident in his own strength. He did not care at all whether Yi Xuan was really suppressed, or whether he really had no power to fight back. If he had paid attention in advance, Yi Xuan would not have been able to comprehend the decaying laws to a certain degree so smoothly. The withered old man was immediately furious. He was also forced into a desperate situation. Naturally, he was even more unwilling to admit defeat. The muscles on his body were trembling. Half of them were decaying, and the other half were withered. He looked extremely ferocious. Every trace and every wisp of the decaying energy that erupted from his body was like the birth of a world, crushing over. It was extremely corrosive. As long as an ordinary person got close, their whole body would quickly decay. Even the gods could not avoid it. Boom! Yi Xuan blasted out with his sword, but it directly blasted into the decaying energy. It did not directly attack the withered old man. This attack happened in the blink of an eye. Although it did not hit the withered old man, it still completely shocked him. If he had moved a little slower, he would have been stabbed by Yi Xuan's sword. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, everyone reacted. Just when everyone was still in a daze, Yi Xuan had already launched a wave of attacks. Roar! The withered old man roared again and again because the first wave of attacks had just ended, and Yi Xuan's next wave of attacks had already arrived. Yi Xuan did not give him a chance to breathe at all. He wanted to kill him alive. Chapter 2579. In his opinion, Yi Xuan was simply going too far in bullying others. But Yi Xuan did not care what he thought. He slammed down with the sky-turning seal again. Suddenly, The world seemed to be turned upside down, and the powerful energy formed fell on the withered old man. Bang! The withered old man clenched his teeth and forcefully endured it. However, he suddenly discovered that this power far exceeded the limits of what he could endure. His entire body was instantly sent flying out of Book Mountain like a meteor. Blood splattered all over the mountain. "Damn, that's too brutal," Yan Bai said, dumbfounded. He had already felt how terrifying the withered old man was when they fought just now. He was ridiculously strong, but in front of Yi Shiwen he was no match at all, and was directly blasted away by the sky-turning seal. This was too outrageous. Thinking about it, Yi Shiwen's power was already strong enough to catch the stars and the moon. Just his power alone was already so strong. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Many people recalled many legends about him. They also understood who this person was through the words of the Confucian disciples. He was actually the so-called #1 person among his generation, Yi Shiwen. Now it seemed that he was indeed worthy of the name. After all, even Yan Bai and Gu Shiring could not handle the withered old man together, but he was completely defenseless against Yi Shiwen. "Withered old man, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Yi Shiwen's cold voice came. The withered old man had completely made him want to kill, and he must be eliminated. Anyway, he had already killed Lord Concord. Compared to Lord Concord, the withered old man was stronger, but the two were not on the same level at all. He was just an extra. Yi Shiwen's strength that belonged to the sage realm middle stage completely broke out, and his whole body was spitting out sword chi, forming a sword dragon, and instantly shot out in mid-air, blasting at the withered old man. The withered old man had just taken a blow from the sky-turning seal, and before he could completely cleanse the power of the sky-turning seal, he was suddenly attacked by the power of the sword dragon. Immediately his injuries worsened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body shattered. The entire scene was incomparably tragic. The withered old man spat out blood, dyeing half the sky red. At this time, the withered old man seemed to have gone mad. He didn't care about Yi Shiwen and directly rushed towards the Confucian disciples. He wanted to take them as hostages so that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to harm them. He had been beaten by Yi Shiwen to the point of losing his temper. It should be said that he had been scared to death by Yi Shiwen. It was only a matter of time before such a person would become an evildoer in the future. He was not someone they could compare with. The only thing he could do now was to survive. As for the rest, he didn't even dare to think about it. "Oh no, this old man is desperate. He wants to take us hostage." Gu Shiring immediately realized what was going on. The spring and autumn brush appeared in her hand, and she immediately tapped on it. Yan Bai and the rest were not slow to react. They all started to attack. At this moment, they did not dare to hold back at all. Encountering such a desperate person, if they really let him succeed, then they would really be crying blind. Although Gu Shiring and Yan Bai were not as strong as Yi Shiwen, they were still the strongest among these people. They were not weak. They used various means to resist. The overwhelming righteousness formed a huge phantom, wrapping the entire Book Mountain in it. They were also very clear that this was the last moment. As long as they could withstand the old man's desperate actions, they would be safe, and this would be the end. However, they still underestimated the madness of the withered old man when he was forced to a dead end. He was already burning his life. Even if the after-effects were serious, he could not care less. Countless decaying auras gushed out and directly exploded the figure condensed by the overwhelming righteousness. Puff! Puff! The entire overwhelming righteousness was condensed by them. Now that it was shattered, the Confucian disciples suffered a backlash, especially Gu, Shiring, and Yan Bai. They were directly hit by a powerful force, and they were sent flying backward while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The withered old man was completely crazy. He directly formed a big skinny hand, and with his injured body, he directly grabbed towards the two. These two people were his real targets. The others were too weak to deter Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, only these two people could do the job. Die. Just when the withered old man was about to succeed, he saw Yi Shiwen catching up from behind. Yi Shiwen directly caught up with him, and a Han seal turned into an archaic divine mountain, smashing down. Boom! The withered old man screamed and was directly hit by the archaic divine mountain. His whole body began to crack, and a large amount of blood splashed out. Most of his body had been completely shattered, and there was no time to repair it. In other words, Yi Shiwen would not give him the time to repair it all. The withered old man directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. Even if he burned his life, it seemed to be useless in front of Yi Shiwen. Are you two okay? Yi Shiwen asked. We're fine. The two of them hurriedly said, looking as if they had just survived a disaster. Just now, the withered old man had been too crazy. Even with their willpower, they had been frightened. It could be imagined just how dangerous the situation had been. Fortunately, at the last moment, Yi Shiwen arrived, and they did not end up in the withered old man's hands. Although they were a little injured, it was actually not a big deal. Suddenly, a light flashed through the void, and the withered old man used the last bit of his strength to escape. This was his last hope now, and he did not even dare to think about any rewards. What a joke! This was not a human at all, but a monster. How could a normal person take revenge on a monster? Want to leave? Isn't this a little too late? Yi Shiwen sneered, and in his hand, the demon summoning banner suddenly flew out, instantly turning into a bloody mouth, and swallowed the withered old man. The essence and blood of a master at the peak of the Sage Plane, as well as Mr. Hahuan's master of the Late Sage Plane, fell into the demon summoning banner, causing a commotion among countless monsters, and they began to frantically fight for the essence and blood that fell. A large wave of monsters completed their transformation in an instant, and there was even a demon king who, after devouring a large amount of essence and blood, had truly stepped from the Late Sage Plane to the peak of the Sage Plane. It was an ancient water ape, and this violent ape was very powerful. It was also a clone of a very powerful demon king's will. In addition, there were more than a dozen demon kings who had also reached the point of transformation and were about to step into the peak of the Sage Plane. There were also many monsters who had completed the most important transformation, and their power had stepped into the Sage Plane from the Eternal Plane in one fell swoop. There were even more who had stepped into the Eternal Plane from the Eternal Plane, although these monsters did not have physical bodies and were only the primordial spirits of those great monsters, and were basically the weakest among those of the same plane. But there were many of them, and there were many of them. Sooner or later, a quantitative change would also lead to a qualitative change. In addition, the biggest gain was the wealth of Mr. Hahuan and the withered old man added together. There were more than 10 billion divine source, especially Mr. Hahuan, who actually had more than the withered old man. He was simply a spendthrift. Compared to him, Yi Shiwen was nothing at all. But now all of it was Yi Shiwen's. He could use it to feed the demon kings, and he could also use it to feed the golden-back dragon carp king. It was only one step away from completing its transformation. When that time came, it would gain many years of power, and it would help Yi Shiwen reach the heavens in a single step. Yi Shiwen was still counting the gains from this battle, and everyone was still in a state of shock. This was completely different from what they had imagined. The withered old man, whom they could not defeat even when working together, had been destroyed by Yi Shiwen alone. Compared to this, the matter of Yi Shiwen killing Mr. Hahuan was nothing at all. It was nothing more than a cruel and merciless act. Everyone in the Hidden Valley in particular began to worry. Divine King Huan would definitely not let this matter rest. If he caused a ruckus, it would be troublesome. However, what they did not know was that Zhan Yan of the Battle Saint family had also died in his hands. Otherwise, the Hidden Valley would probably collapse. The thoughts of the disciples of the Confucian sect were even simpler. Yi Shiwen was a helper they had invited. The stronger Yi Shiwen was, the more benefits they could obtain. Most importantly, the spring and autumn brush should not fall into the hands of others, and the thoughts of the others were similar. With such a great demon as an opponent, one would definitely be depressed to the point of wanting to die. But if this great demon was on their side, then the situation would be completely different. After Yi Shiwen took a clear inventory, he landed and entered the mountain of books, looking at Gu Shiring and Yan Bai. "Are the two of you okay?" Yi Shiwen asked. He was a little embarrassed. Just now it was more or less because of his lack of consideration that caused the withered old man to go crazy. "It's okay, it's not a big deal." Gu Shiring shook her head. Just now, both of them had already taken the elixir. This bit of impact would quickly recover, and it would not affect their future snatching of the spring and autumn brush. "Yi Shiwen, this time, I, Yanbai, am completely convinced. In the future, if anyone dares to say that you are not the number one person in this generation, I will be the first to blow his head off," Yan Bai said as he gave a thumbs up. Obviously, he was completely convinced by Yi Shiwen's strength. Even Gu Shiring had nothing to say about this. At least for now, he was definitely not Yi Shiwen's opponent. Chapter 2580. Normally, Gu Shiring would have been dejected, but at this moment he was not. The reason was simple. For him, there was nothing more important than obtaining the spring and autumn brush, and Yi Shiwen would be his greatest guarantee for obtaining the spring and autumn brush. With such an ally, what was there to be afraid of? In this operation, perhaps not every decision he made was correct, but his decision to invite Yi Shiwen was definitely the best one. But at the same time, he could not help but feel a little unreconciled. For their generation, cultivation had only just begun, and a momentary victory or defeat did not mean anything. After being disturbed by two mad dogs, I still don't know to what extent the situation has developed. Yi Shiwen asked. Everyone was left speechless. Yi Shiwen really has a big heart. After experiencing such a battle, he can still calmly ask about the situation. How much has the situation developed? Those two were high and mighty figures in the eyes of others, but to him, they were just two mad dogs. In comparison, the gap between the two sides was really huge. "We were the first to arrive here, so don't worry," Gu Shiring said. But because of this, he didn't know what kind of people would come later. Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was not late. Since it hadn't started yet, everyone began to meditate. Although the battle this time was intense and soul-stirring, it was actually quite beneficial to them. That was because it wasn't every day that they got to see such a high-level battle. For them, this was also a very rare experience. Now, they could digest it for a long time. This was also the most precious treasure they could obtain in a very long time. It was even more valuable than many heavenly treasures. After all, treasures of heaven and earth were easy to find, and such a battle was not something that could be seen every day. This was also the reason why many people were willing to watch a battle between experts. It was not only to satisfy their curiosity, but more importantly, they could also learn a lot of experience from it. Such a battle even had a lot of meaning for Yi Shiwen himself. After all, this was the first time he had truly relied on his own strength to defeat someone at the pinnacle of the sage plane. Previously, he had merely relied on the terrifying might of the sword of Avicii to sweep through, and the comprehension he gained at this moment could not even be mentioned in the same breath. On Book Mountain there was a cliff waterfall. Mu Yunqi and Yi Shiwen stood side by side. The two had not seen each other for more than 1,000 years, and they felt very close at this moment. "Junior brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect you to have improved to such a level. Congratulations." Mu Yunqi broke the silence first. "Senior sister, you've improved a lot too. I'm a little surprised to see you here today," Yi Shiwen said. In the Kurfürst Road, even sages had fallen in large numbers, let alone immortals. There was no guarantee at all. They might be powerful in the outside world, but here they were nothing at all. I understand what junior brother you means, but as the saying goes, snakes have their ways and rats have their ways. Junior brother Yi, you must have entered the Kurfürst road for the legendary opportunity to become an emperor, and we are just looking for further opportunities. After all, not everyone can be like junior brother Yi and leave us far behind in just 1,000 years or so. Generally speaking, there won't be any big shots looking for trouble with us. Mu Yunqi said with a sweet smile. These words seemed to be said to Yi Shiwen, but also to herself. As she said this, she suddenly felt that the knot in her heart had been let go, and she felt a lot more relaxed. She only felt that everything was clear in front of her. Mu Yunqi's body suddenly shone brightly. Above her head, an auspicious cloud rose, and many magic treasures were displayed on it, shining brightly. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Shiwen not understand that Mu Yunqi had obtained a great opportunity? She had actually seen through some kind of obsession, and her state of mind had improved greatly. She was already at the peak of the immortal's realm, and one more step and she would be at the eternal realm. To cross a big realm. This was a great opportunity that many gods might not encounter in their lifetime. How many people were stuck at the peak of the immortal's realm for their whole lives, from proving the way to dying? They had never really crossed this realm. In the sky, there was a tribulation cloud. Congratulations, senior sister, congratulations! Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. This time, I really have to thank junior brother Yi. Mu Yunqi looked at Yi Shiwen and said, seriously, only she knew best that she had let go of her obsession with Yi Shiwen. She felt that the two of them were already not at the same level. Without the obsession, she could only have such a clear and bright mind. Even for more than 1,000 years, she could have such gratifying progress because of her obsession with Yi Shiwen. She hoped to be able to catch up with his footsteps. This obsession made her progress obvious in the beginning, but it soon became her obstacle. If she could not see through it herself, she might not be able to cross it in this life. Now that she had really let go of it, her mind was bright, and it coincided with the heavenly way. Her cultivation had advanced instead. She had the obsession because of Yi Shiwen, and she had let go of it because of Yi Shiwen. As the saying goes, everything is determined by heaven, and the world is unpredictable. After Mu Yunqi finished speaking, she did not say anything more. She directly flew into the tribulation cloud and began to cross the tribulation in front of everyone. Everyone on the Book Mountain was shocked. They naturally didn't know that there were so many twists and turns. For them, they only thought that after watching the battle between Yi Shiwen and the withered old man, they had directly broken through a big realm. Many people could not help but feel a little envious. They had also watched the battle. But why did they not directly advance? Although they had a lot of gains, it was obvious that there was still a big gap compared to Mu Yunqi. Even for the gods, there was still a clear distinction between the levels. For the gods, every big realm was a transformation and rebirth. The eternal realm could only be considered ordinary, but after reaching the eternal realm, the status was immediately different. Their status was raised by a notch, and they immediately jumped to another level. They were small nobles among the gods. The sage realm was the big nobles among the gods, and the king powerhouses were the supreme rulers. Yi Shiwen looked at the figure of Mu Yunqi, who had disappeared into the heavens' tribulation, and could not help but sigh. In fact, how could he not know what Mu Yunqi was thinking? But he was already in enough emotional debt. Even if his heart was as clear as a mirror, he could only pretend that he did not understand. Mu Yunqi's tribulation completely aroused the enthusiasm of everyone on Book Mountain. Soon, everyone found that Yi Shiwen was not as cold and unreasonable as they had imagined, so they came to ask for advice before the battle began. Yi Shiwen did not refuse any of them. Preaching was not only beneficial to them, but it was also beneficial to Yi Shiwen. This was a process of constantly sorting out one's understanding of the Great Tao. He could also gain a clearer understanding of it. Later, Gu Shiying and Yan Bai also joined in. The level of the others was too far apart, so they could not discuss with Yi Shiwen at all. Only he could preach. However, After Gu Shiying and Yan Bai joined in, the situation was completely different. Speaking of which, in terms of realm alone, the two of them were one level higher than Yi Shiwen. In particular, they brought with them the unique cultivation philosophy of the Confucian sect, which made Yi Shiwen feel that he had gained a lot. The laws of the three peoples preaching turned into golden lotuses that descended from the sky. Everyone listened with rapt attention, and they learned a lot. The three people who were preaching also learned a lot in their own ways. On this day, Yi Shiwen and the others, who had been preaching for a full 10 days, finally welcomed the arrival of others. Moreover, they were also powerful experts. Look, that's the indefinite god cult's indefinite sacred mountain. What a powerful force. It's actually sweeping over. A cry of surprise woke everyone from the preaching environment. At this time, they finally remembered that the battle was not over yet. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the indefinite god cult's very famous instrument, the indefinite sacred mountain. Originally, the people that the Confucian sects had invited to help were a little nervous about their future prospects. After all, although the Confucian sects were powerful, the indefinite shrine cult wasn't a force to be trifled with. Unfortunately, their strength wasn't all that great either, so they could only serve as a distraction. But now, they no longer had the slightest worry. The reason was simple. Yi Shiwen was here. So what else did they have to worry about? No matter how strong the experts of the indefinite sacred mountain were, could they be stronger than the withered old man? However, the power of the indefinite sacred mountain sweeping over still made them gasp in surprise. Yi Shiwen and the others stood up one after another, their expressions solemn, especially Gu Shiying. No matter how much preparation she had made in advance, she still did not dare to underestimate the other party when it came to a real battle. It's finally here. Indefinite sacred mountain. Indefinite god cult, Wu Dingzi. Is he the one who formed an alliance with Jun Dingtian? Yi Shiwen said plainly. Every move of a person of this level was extremely eye-catching. Jun Dingtian and the others could easily detect the alliance between Yi Shiwen and Gu Shiying. In turn, Gu Shiying could easily detect the alliance between Jun Dingtian and Wu Dingzi. Junior, when the battle starts, you will be in charge of controlling Book Mountain and suppressing the opponent's indefinite sacred mountain. As for the charge, just leave it to me and Brother Yi. Gu Shiying said. Book Mountain was his base camp, so he needed someone he could trust to oversee it. No problem. Yan Bai nodded. He had already taken the control seal from Gu Shiying's hands. Yi Shiwen's eyes were incomparably deep. After opening the Eye of Redemption, he looked at the indefinite sacred mountain. Strong auras rose from it, but he did not find Jun Dingtian's aura. There was a strong aura on the indefinite sacred mountain, but it was not Jun Dingtian's. It should be Wu Dingzi of the indefinite god cult. Wu Dingzi, how dare your indefinite god cult come and steal our spring and autumn brush? Retreat now. Gu Shiying stepped forward and scolded. Chapter 2581. Wu Dingzi's figure appeared at the peak of the indestructible sacred mountain. He coldly looked at Gu Shiying, who was on the opposite side of the Book Mountain. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As the saying goes, treasures belong to those who are capable. If the spring and autumn brush was lying in your Confucian sect, I wouldn't have any ideas. But now that it has wandered outside, it means that the fate between you and the spring and autumn brush has come to an end. In that case, why don't you let it go as soon as possible? Wu Dingzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a playful smile on his face. Shameless. Shameless. Many disciples of the Confucian sect were furious. If the spring and autumn brush was in the Confucian sect, Wu Dingzi wouldn't have dared to snatch it. In that case, let's rely on our own means. Don't blame us if you die here. Gu Shiying threatened coldly. Ha 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 ha. Wu Dingzi laughed loudly. His expression was a little cold. This isn't the first time I've heard such words, but they didn't have a good ending. Brother Gu, There's no need to talk nonsense with him. No matter how many people cause trouble, just defeat them all. Yi Shiwen said, Brother Yi, do you mean that you want to stop them by yourself? Gu Shiring asked in surprise. Even he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would have such a plan. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have believed that Yi Shiwen had this ability. But now it was hard to say. He had seen how Yi Shiwen had defeated the withered old man. Otherwise, we will all be stopped. Why bother? Yi Shiwen said, Since it's an alliance, I naturally have to show my sincerity. Brother Yi is right. Since it's an alliance, we naturally have to show our sincerity. Gu Shiring gritted his teeth. He flipped his palm and took out an incomparably bright, colorful ball from the void. This ball exuded a vast amount of righteousness and condensed into a ball. This is the reward for Brother Yez. Help this time. Could it be that only a great Confucian can condense the Wingal? Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised and said, he was now considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, although he had never seen the Winbile, but he had read about the introduction of the Confucian schools Winbile from the literature, so he quickly recognized it. The cultivators of the Confucian sect took a different path, opening up an independent cultivation path, using literature to enter the Tao. Hence, the experts of the Confucian sect were often great scholars with soaring literary talent. The Confucians didn't cultivate golden cores or nascent souls. They only cultivated the gallbladder. The gallbladder was the essence of their cultivation. But when a Confucian disciple died, their gallbladder would dissipate into the world and return to the world. This was in line with the Confucian sect's philosophy of not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs to catch the fish. But there were also extremely rare circumstances where a Confucian martial artist would be able to leave behind a writing gall after they died. This Wendan was the complete essence of a powerful Confucian martial artist. It was easy to imagine how precious it was. As for the one in Gu Shiring's hand, it was probably not simple either. Looking at the nomological laws covering it, it gave off a feeling that made one tremble with fear. This is the gallbladder left behind by a senior of our Confucian sect, who was comparable to a monster. Gu Shiring said. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that this was actually the gallbladder left behind by an antique that was comparable to a monster. What kind of people were those who could be called monstrous geniuses? They were practically the strongest people below the king level. Although the withered old man was powerful, there was still a huge gap between him and those monstrous geniuses. Even the current Yi Shiwen was still far from those monstrous geniuses. However, if he was able to consume a bile of such a level, then it probably wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the middle stage of the sage plane. At that time, he would even be able to fight against those monstrous geniuses. Originally, the successive breakthroughs in a short period of time had consumed all of his accumulations, and he didn't have enough comprehension of the realm. But if he could have a gallbladder of this level, it would be completely different. Not only did the gallbladder contain the lifelong skills of a great Confucian of the Confucian sect, but most importantly, it also contained a lot of understanding and comprehension of martial arts. Although there were no Confucian martial arts in it, the comprehension of martial arts was currently the most important thing for Yi Shiwen. In this way, it could save Yi Shiwen a lot of time. This level of gallbladder was probably very precious even within the Confucian sect. The only thing more precious than this kind of gallbladder was the gallbladder left behind by a titled King Confucian after he died. But in the Confucian sect, since ancient times, including those who had died, the number of people who could cultivate to the Confucian king realm could be counted on 2 hands. And it just so happened that the gallbladder was left behind by a technical school. So it was very likely that there was no Confucian king level gallbladder in the Confucian sect. This should be the highest level of gallbladder. If this was just sincerity, then Gu Shiring was too sincere. Yi Shiwen looked at Gu Shiring and didn't know what he was thinking. He said, "This is a bit too precious." "Brother Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Yi is right. Since this is an alliance, we must show our sincerity. This gallbladder may look precious, but there is still a huge gap between it and the spring and autumn brush. Brother Yi, you helped me obtain the spring and autumn brush. Isn't this worth more than this gallbladder? Gu Shirying said calmly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he had already decided to use the gallbladder to express his sincerity, so he had no regrets. An alliance could only be achieved when both sides needed each other and were equal. If it was only one-sided demands or one-sided contributions, it would be difficult to sustain such a fragile alliance. The current situation was that Yi Shiwen's contributions were greater than the returns. Gu Shirying needed Yi Shiwen's help, and a mere piece of information from Jun Dingtian was probably far from enough. Everything would be different if this gallbladder was taken into account. Both sides would be a win-win alliance. This way, the alliance would be able to last for a long time in the future. Although this was the first time he had teamed up with Yi Shiwen, Gu Shirying had already thought about the next time, and the time after that, and the time after that when the Kurfürst Road opened. Since Brother Gu has said so, then I won't be pretentious. I really need this gallbladder. Yi Shiwen nodded. After accepting this gallbladder, the alliance between both sides became more stable, especially for Yi Shiwen. This gallbladder had solved his urgent problem. Originally, he had expected that it would still take hundreds of years to consolidate. After all, the accumulation of martial arts couldn't be faked at all. It had to be accumulated bit by bit. It was only normal for a deity to cultivate for 10,000 years for one step. Now that he had this gallbladder, he could shorten the time by several times and truly push his cultivation to the point where he could challenge those monstrous geniuses. This was many times faster than he had expected before he entered the Kurfürst Road. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the Kurfürst Road. The opportunities within were not something that the outside world could imagine. Apart from these two forces, many other experts had also appeared. However, they were only rogue cultivators. Compared to these two forces, there was still a huge gap. They could only be regarded as scraps. In reality, they didn't have the ability to compete with the two forces. They could only be regarded as bystanders. The ones who were most likely to obtain the spring and autumn brush in the end were only the indefinite shrine cult or the Confucian sect. Both sides were eyeing each other covetously. They didn't want to fight each other before the ruins were opened, and it would only benefit others in the end. Suddenly, an incomparably huge burst of light came from the void. It was an overwhelming righteous aura. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The ruins were about to open, and in these ruins a monstrous genius of the Confucian sect had fallen. If it weren't for the fact that he was a supreme genius of the Confucian sect wouldn't have given him such a precious treasure to use. In the end, it even accompanied his death, landing in these ruins. Its opening. Gu Shirying's entire body trembled. Even he, who was usually calm, couldn't remain calm at this time. The countless schemes he had plotted before were finally going to see the light of day. This time he couldn't afford to fail. If he succeeded, then his status in the Confucian sect would soar by leaps and bounds. On top of that, he would become the new master of the spring and autumn brush. When that time came, aside from the Confucian king, no one would be able to surpass him. However, if he failed, then he wouldn't just lose the spring and autumn brush. He would also become a sinner of the Confucian sect. If a supreme grade divine tool like the spring and autumn brush ended up in the hands of the indefinite shrine cult, it would be very difficult for the Confucian sect to get it back. Saying that it originally belonged to the Confucian sect was just a baseless claim. However, it was impossible for the indefinite shrine cult to give up on it. As such, success or failure hinged on this one move. He could only fight with everything he had. Boundless righteous aura was released from the top of Book Mountain. Countless formations were activated, and they were ready for battle. It was the same for the indestructible God Mountain on the other side. Countless matrices were activated one after another. Mana rippled, and the galaxy lost its color at this moment. It looked incomparably dim, and the space around it was trembling violently. "Do it!" Someone shouted. Countless formations on Book Mountain spat out blazing torrents of energy, which blasted towards the indefinite shrine cult on the other side. At the same time, many disciples of the Confucian sect and the experts they had invited to help flew up. In an instant, the entire place seemed to have turned into an ancient battlefield. War flags fluttered in the middle of the battlefield, and it looked like a golden army. Boundless magical power rippled in an instant. This was a battle of gods, and it was no ordinary battle. It was like a battle of the gods at dusk. Chapter 2582. The battle between the two of them involved hundreds and thousands of gods. Indeed, it could be considered as the twilight of the gods. It was beyond the limits of what ordinary people could imagine. Even the weakest immortal level had a power that was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Not to mention the immortal level, and even the sage level that were above the immortal level. They were existences that had completely transcended the mortal world. Brother Yi, it's our turn now. Gu Shiring gritted his teeth as he stared at the ruins. He had paid a huge price, and now it was time to reap the rewards. He took a step forward and rushed into the ruins. Everyone knew that it was time to see who was faster. If they were any slower, they would be left behind and would not even be able to get any scraps. At the same time, a figure flew out from indestructible Sacred Mountain. He swept down with an endless aura of disaster and destruction towards Gu Shiring. However, Gu Shiring didn't care at all. She directly charged towards the ruins. A barrier had appeared above the ruins. If Gu Shiring wanted to break through, she would first have to open this barrier. Fortunately, this barrier had been left behind by that freak from the Confucian sect. They were both methods of the Confucian sect, and he only needed a bit of time to undo it. It was impossible to forcefully break it open with external force. After all, although Gu Shiring's cultivation was extremely high, there was still a huge gap between her and that monster from back then. Just as the disaster chi was about to fall on Gu Shiring, a big hand suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed it. It actually grabbed the disaster chi and turned it into nothing. Wu Dingzi was furious and shouted, "Yi Shiwen!" Although he had never seen Yi Shiwen before, who else would dare to attack at this time and had the ability to do so other than Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen didn't continue to hide. Instead, he directly appeared in midair. Behind him, a blood-colored barrier appeared in midair, blocking everyone's path forward. Wu Dingzi's expression was ugly. The spring and autumn brush was his biggest goal, and he was determined to get it. Now that Yi Shiwen dared to block his way, he was simply courting death. "Yi Shiwen, do you want to stop everyone?" Wu Dingzi said coldly. However, he didn't bat an eyelid as he added more people into the mix. If those rogue cultivators were scattered, they might not be a big deal to the indestructible Sacred Mountain and the Confucian sect. However, if they joined forces, they would be a much larger force than the indestructible Sacred Mountain and the Confucian sect. Wu Dingzi was using a borrowed knife to kill. After all, the disciples of the indefinite shrine cult and the helpers they had invited were currently being held back by the disciples of the Confucian sect. They did not have the upper hand at all. It would be best if they could lure the rogue cultivators over at this time. Sure enough, everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in a rather unfriendly manner. The Heavenly Amen sect was aware that the probability of them seizing the spring and autumn brush was very low. However, the spring and autumn brush wasn't the only thing in these ruins. There were many other treasures that had been left behind. Furthermore, the probability of them seizing the spring and autumn brush was rather low, but it wasn't impossible. If they were to be knocked unconscious or get lucky, it wasn't impossible for them to immediately explode with power. If that was the case, wouldn't they have struck it rich? How could they not be furious when they thought of this? Yi Shiwen sneered. If it had been anyone else, they would have scrambled to explain themselves. After all, it wasn't good to offend the crowd. However, he had nothing to fear now. In a battle of this level, numbers no longer meant anything to him. Unless these people were old fogies at the pinnacle of the sage realm, then he might actually retreat. However, it was impossible for these agitated rogue cultivators to scare Yi Shiwen away. Wu Dingzi, everyone knows what your goal is, so cut the crap. Don't even think about getting past us. Yi Shiwen said coldly. His countenance didn't change in the slightest. They wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to threaten him? That was simply impossible. How arrogant of you. Wu Dingzi was so angry that he laughed. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen, then the probability of getting past them today was too low. Thinking of this, Wu Dingzi's body moved suddenly. He tore the space apart and rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. In the next moment, his spiritual power spread out, and the divine kingdom expanded, turning into a world full of disasters. The way of heaven was unpredictable. Everything disappeared. At this moment, everyone only saw Wu Dingzi's indefinite divine kingdom. Die, indefinite elegy. With a loud roar, he punched out, and a terrifying fist intent spread out. Under the effect of the divine kingdom, his indefinite requiem was expanded to the maximum. It was as if all kinds of sorrowful voices could be heard in the world, all crying. The heavenly Tao in this world was unpredictable, and many people had suffered greatly under the heavenly Tao. Their resentment, their obsession, at this moment, had completely transformed into the fist intent of the indefinite elegy. It was carrying the obsession of billions of creatures. One could imagine how terrifying the indefinite elegy was at this moment. Indefinite elegy? Yi Shiwen instantly felt a kind of mournful aura directly rushing into his mind. It was trying to influence his concept and make him believe in the so-called heaven's way is unpredictable and indefinite. Yi Shiwen also firmly believed in this idea. Every minute and every second, the whole world was changing, but it was simply impossible to defeat him by relying on this fist intention. 6 paths of reincarnation. Everything shall return to dust, the gods shall return to the gods, and hell shall return to hell. Everything shall enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen's body slightly swayed, and he blasted a punch. His body underwent a drastic change in an instant. Countless magical powers circulated and flowed within his body. An incomparably huge roulette slowly rose behind him. This roulette carried a chilling and suffocating aura of death and samsara. Yi Shiwen's body shook slightly and he threw a punch. The 6 paths of reincarnation that Yi Shiwen had blasted out directly suppressed the indefinite divine nation. Although Yi Shiwen had only mastered 2 of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation had already been formed, suppressing all directions. Boom! In an instant, the indefinite elegy was smashed into pieces by Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The fist will of both sides were not on the same level. The indefinite elegy was a supreme magical power created by the indefinite king. He was a powerhouse among the kings, but there was a huge gap between him and the Azura demon king, who was at the emperor level. Even if Yi Shiwen had not mastered it completely, any of the fist techniques in the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was not inferior to the indefinite elegy or even stronger. Even the indefinite divine kingdom was faintly shaking, almost on the verge of collapse. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the legendary lost technique of the Azura demon king. A terrifying light flashed in Wu Dingzi's eyes. He immediately recognized the fist technique that Yi Shiwen had used. How did you get the true inheritance of this lost technique? It's impossible. It's said that this lost technique has been lost for a long time. Wu Dingzi's eyes were sharp. He could immediately tell that Yi Shiwen had obtained the true inheritance of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If he only cultivated one of the fist techniques, even if he cultivated it to the extreme, he would not be able to condense the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At most, it would be a phantom. On the contrary, although Yi Shiwen seemed to have only cultivated 2 of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, in fact, he could only use it after obtaining the true inheritance. Greed flashed in Wu Dingzi's eyes. If it was only one of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he would not have become like this even if he wanted it. However, if it was the complete version of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would be completely different. Even a king-level powerhouse would be tempted. The difference between a king-level martial art and an emperor-level martial art was obvious. The heavens are really on my side today. Wu Dingzi screamed wildly in his heart. He actually got to witness an emperor-level martial art today. He was indeed a destined child. Otherwise, why would the heavens be so kind to him? Cut the crap. Do you want to know how powerful he is? Come and try. Yi Shiwen sneered and did not bother to say anything else. How could he not see the greed in Wu Dingzi's eyes? However, in his opinion, this kind of greed was clearly insane. He was blinded by greed and did not even look at his own strength. Ha ha ha, it's my turn to be rich today. Wu Dingzi laughed loudly. His body shook violently, and an extremely powerful calamity aura was released from his body. In fact, this was the essence and mystery of the indefinite sect. Impermanence represented unknown dangers and unforeseen disasters. It was a type of disaster law, and it was obvious that the indefinite spirit cult had cultivated this law to the extreme. Heaven's law is impermanent. In that instant, an endless calamity aura was released. Wherever his fist pressed, it immediately turned into rolling heaven's will. There was an immediate reaction between heaven and earth, as if the direction of heaven's law had been changed in an instant. Yi Shiwen immediately felt that his luck was decreasing sharply. In the secular world, it was said that his glabella was turning black, and there would be a bloody calamity soon. In other words, he was running into bad luck. He was secretly surprised that the indefinite sect could actually change the trajectory of heaven's law. Although it was only for a short period of time, they must have used some special method. Even so, it was already shocking enough. As expected, the indefinite god cult was a sect that was conferred the title of a king. However, it was still too naive to think that they could restrict Yi Shiwen.